Hi all, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Just to give a little background of who I am Cynthia Maine, president of the Utah Criminology Student Association here at Salt Lake Community College. It's an honor to be here with you guys to learn and just to educate one another. This presentation will focus on the school to prison pipeline, but before we begin, I would like to give a few thanks here. Thank you to Save the Kids, Peace Studies Journals, Transformative Justice Journal, Salt Lake Community College, Utah Reintegration Project, and Green Praxis and Theory Journal. I would also like to give a shout out to you all for joining us and for our speakers. Um, I look forward to seeing what we can all offer each other and learn from one another. Just a few key pointers before we begin. Please refrain from cursing. We are being recorded and we will be uploading this on YouTube. So we just want to be as professional as we can. And I will now pass this over to Lucas, who will give you a little bit more background on how Zoom will work.
Hey everyone, my name is Lucas Allen Beachy. I'm the co-chair with the Abolition Transformative Justice Conference. I'm editor-in-chief of Transformative Justice Journal .org. We're always looking for folks to talk or give presentations and send submissions to that. I'm also with the U.S. National Prisoner Reintegration Conference Call. So this means bringing a lot of voices, formerly incarcerated voices, friends and accomplices and allies and everything. So everyone, presenters will be given 20 minutes. I'll make you a panelist for that time. Everyone else will be muted. Like Cynthia said, that the chat will be disabled. All the questions and such through the Q&A. And yeah, it's going to be a fun time. Share as much as you can and everything and learn. I like this space and this place to talk about transformative justice versus different kinds of things out there. Obviously, we're not promoting criminal justice. Transformative justice is rooted in anti-imperialism. It's for activist scholars, community organizers, current and former prisoners around the world. And it makes sure that the systematic and structural issues are taken and made accountable, not just focused on someone's individual deviancy or practices and everything, and made sure kind of all of it moves within the cloth of progress and everything. Save the Kids and Transformative Justice Journal and Reintegration Committee and everything takes a stance that we are very anti-sexism and anti-racism, anti-homophobic and transphobia. So there's no place for that at all in these spaces and places and everything. We're also, concurrent of organizing classism and other BIPOC folks and everything. So these are kind of like the submissions we're always looking for the Transformative Justice Journal. We're always looking for prose, poetry. If you have a loved one or someone incarcerated or not incarcerated, formerly incarcerated like myself, we're always looking for things to create their own bibliotherapy to promote the work and the perception of these issues and everything. Yeah, so if there's any other questions, Cynthia, do you want to elaborate on any other things? Do you want to just give a quick talk about the student association you're part of?
Yes, so since we're on the topic of kind of how Zoom is working, we are going to be on Mountain Time Zone. So I want us all to be aware of that. I know we're nationwide here, so it does have it on the, my goodness, I'm blanking out on the word, on our poster and on the website, just in case you guys have any questions on that. Um, and then just to give a little background of the organization I'm president of, um, we are really focusing on the healing of our marginalized communities in Salt Lake, just because that is where we are stationed at, the liberation and the justice that is required. And um, as many of you all know, marginalized communities just sometimes don't necessarily have a voice, or like a platform where we can use our voice. And thankfully, we have created the um, Utah Criminology Student Association, where we show up in our community and we hold protests, we hold unions, we go into classes and we teach our students about the racial injustice and what we can do to better that, for our families, for our students, for anybody involved in the community. And that also involves going out into the community and speaking to our homeless and seeing like what they need from us. That includes talking and being a helping hand to our younger generation as well, which is very much needed. um, Sometimes I feel like when you come from an area such as Salt Lake City, you don't really see faces that look like you and leaders, and that's what it's about. It's about creating an organization that like I have somebody that I can go to, or like a child who might not necessarily feel so comfortable speaking to somebody that doesn't look like them. They have somebody there, and that's what we're about. Just really unity and bringing everybody together and making them aware of um, our rights, and um, just letting people know that there are people there that want to make a difference and that we can all do it together as a team. And that's how our voice really is stronger, coming together. So we do have Zoom meetings every Sunday. So if any of you are willing to join, please let me know and we can add you to those Zoom emails that we send out. And then you're always welcome to join and leave at your own time. They're usually hosted from 6 to 7 Mountain Time Zone as well. Um, and yeah, I know our first event was the Harvey Milk Vigil, and we really didn't expect such a huge turnout, and it was just amazing to see everybody come out and like be supportive of this. Sometimes I feel like we think Utah isn't as progressive, but like there are people here that want to know more and want to be a part of something bigger than themselves. And it was just amazing to see the turnout and to see the support. So um yeah, that's just amazing. And then we actually do have another event today, the lowrider bike event. It's, I believe, at 5 p.m. at the West Valley campus. So if any of y'all can make it, that would be great as well. I look forward to seeing it. It'll be my first time being there. So I'm kind of excited to see all these low rider bikes. Like I'm kind of excited to see what creativity people bring to the table, and just being a part of that. It's really cool. I haven't really necessarily seen it be done out here. So I'm excited for that. Um, yeah, and that's, oh, and let's see, a little bit about myself. So I'm originally from California. Um, Moved out here, started at the U. Definitely a huge culture shock. I really didn't know uh what to do with myself out here. It was very quiet. I feel like quiet is like the proper word for that compared to California. And then um life happened, and then I ended up at Slick, which is where I met Dr. Anthony, and we were able to create the Utah Criminology Student Association. And ever since then, I've just been a part of this, and I'm getting to meet all of you who also decide to join in. And it's just been an incredible experience. And it's just like so rewarding to know that um there are other people out there that want to be a part of this. And like, thank you all for showing up and being willing to learn and being willing to share your thoughts. And yeah, it's just amazing. That's all I have, Lucas.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That kind of reminded me of what we do with the reintegration conference call. It's first Thursday of every month. It's online. It's a network of formerly incarcerated folks and academics and activists and people and part of the system, social workers, probation officers, professors, friends, family. And I'm from southern Minnesota right now, so sometimes it's definitely hard locally to connect with folks. So like, and I don't feel as the group feels that we have all the answers. Well, if someone calls in somewhere like they need housing or something, we'll try to get the necessary resources or just be there. I know many times incarcerated folks, when they talk to their probation officers or family, they're always saying, well, you don't know what it's like. And reintegration conference call has that. It sounds, as well as the Utah Student Association has a place for folks to gather and everything. So without further ado, should we let our first speaker come in?
Yes, I'm trying to see if she is
Haley
here.
King.
I don't think she's here quite yet. Oh, yes, she is here.
Our first speaker is Haley King. Haley is a student, high school student in Texas, Oak Ridge High School, and she will be talking about transformative justice, an approach glance to a larger concept for K-12 educators. You there, Haley?
Hey, it won't let me start my video to where I can scan or share my slides. It says that you can't start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay, I'm messing around with it right now just to see what we can do. Give me 1 second.
Okay, let me see if this works. Okay, can y'all see the slides
Yes.
now?
There we go, yes.
Okay, perfect. Hey, you guys don't have to see me. It's no worries. Okay, how do you guys, I really can't say howdy unironically. Either way, I'm Haley King. I'm a student from Houston, Texas. And today I really wanted to talk about transformative justice and what it looks like in the K-12 education system. Education has changed a lot over these past 2 years, with light gleaning into the darker parts usually hidden. They're usually undercovered by, oh, the kids just go to school. Numerous studies have proven the mental health concerns that associated with the coronavirus hit in education, and coupled with the political divisiveness, have led to change. But first, I wanted to create an understanding of the system and how COVID changed it as a whole. Before COVID, everyone started with everyone tends to start when talking about schools with the students, yet teaching is such a huge part of it. Teaching has always been known to be one of the most strenuous jobs in the country. In 1996, NAS reported that teaching on any day can be difficult and invades all of the teacher, whole body, whole mind, and whole heart. And the pandemic brought that to a head. And one of the key problems in the education system that has been addressed by numerous people, including a lot of people from Save the Kids, is the school to prison pipeline. And the school to prison pipeline the school to prison pipeline has many facets, but a key portion of them is school resource officers. They became prevalent despite being around since kind of the 1950s when they were developed, or when the concept was developed in Flint, Michigan. As the Justice Policy reported in 2011, in the early 2000s, the federal government allocated $68 million to create those programs across the board as a whole. And so when they created a larger source for that funding, school resource officers became the norm. School resource officers were placed in a lot of high schools at first, and then as the program expanded, they were developed into the concept of sharing it all across. There are still schools today that have school resource officers in elementary schools. And this became even further of an issue in 2011 with JDB versus North Carolina, where the Supreme Court determined that Miranda rights weren't needed to be read to students being questioned by school resource officers. And so as the students were able to not be able to have the right to have their rights read to them in a sense, they were disadvantaged, and they were forced into the opportunity that examined the school to prison pipeline and created a place where disproportionate numbers of African American and Latino students were being incarcerated and being forced down the pathways to incarceration. There's a quote by Amy Bohr. She's a justice systems analyst with the National Juvenile Defense Center. She said, "We've always known people's health and safety is worse when removed from their homes, removed from the education system." And so when you're looking at this idea that that the education system didn't allow for didn't represent everybody. When it didn't represent everybody, you're forced to look at how the negative impacts of it and how they weren't examined. When the coronavirus hit, it completely changed education. In the spring of 2020, everything shut down. The schools in the country were all virtual, and everyone had to change what they did. The fall of 2020 brought a lot of concern, or I'm sorry, the spring of 2020 brought a lot of concerns for teachers and students alike. They were trying to grapple with the new world in education, and they didn't know exactly how they were going to do it. There were a lot of studies like the one Cardullo did in 2021 on trying to understand what teachers felt and students felt alike in the spring after everything had shut down. And their main understanding was an insufficient support and emotional uncertainty and increased interaction challenges. These interaction challenges had led teachers to feel decreased efficacy concerns on how they believed that they were going to support their students and do their jobs. But unfortunately, as Presley reported in 2021 and 2011, when you decrease efficacy, you decrease teacher engagement. And so while teacher engagement was decreasing at that time, there were reports of 75% of teachers saying at least some students show the lack of involvement, as Nambiar reported. And there was a 3.7 hour learning drop among high achieving students and a 4.1 hour learning drop among low achieving students. When you're looking at how big the learning drops were, you have to look at who they disadvantaged. And then when coupled with those mental health concerns of across the population among students and teachers, you have an education system in disarray. You have a system that it doesn't know if it works anymore. And you've got people on both sides trying to say that it does or it doesn't. But then we had the fall of 2020 semester. The fall of 2020 brought a choice for all schools. The reopening, it clicked. My apologies, guys. Barbino in 2021 attempted to report all of the trends in the school reopenings of the fall of 2020. And so you can see on the graph that the dark purple is fully in person, and then the lighter purple is fully remote, and then the middle purple right here is going to be a hybrid instruction. And these reopening trends left teachers to have to change again. They left concerns about engagement and how students were connecting with one another, or even how students were connecting with their teachers. But another unfortunate problem of COVID is that the school to prison pipeline came to a head. The school to prison pipeline came to a head, especially in the story of Kamari Harrison. Jones reported this story in 2021 of the idea. He was a fourth grader in Louisiana, and he shared a room with his brother. And the facts of the case listed out they're attempted to be as vague as they can be to protect his FERPA rights. But what happened is his brother came into the room, he tripped on a BB gun, and Kamari was sitting at his class on his computer and in their shared room. And when he saw that his brother had went to trip over the BB gun, he paused the class, so he put it on mute, and he went down to pick up the BB gun, and he set it on the table so that nothing else happened. When he came back to the class, he discovered that he had been disconnected from the class, and that his parents received multiple phone calls from the school to inform the family of a possible engagement. This was even reported by the Office of Civil Rights from the Department of Education in 2021. They reported this story because the story garnered a lot of traction because there was no conversation with, hey, why did you have a BB gun? There was no conversation to figure out why. It was an automatic assumption. And that was what scared a lot of people about the story. And there are numerous case studies like this during the coronavirus. And in that same Jones report in 2021, they found that Black students were overrepresented in every form of school discipline over the fall of 2020 semester. That is an egregious infringement upon their rights and identity. When you're looking at the fact that they represent more instances of school discipline, and then but they represent significantly lower numbers of the school population, you have to find other solutions, because what we're clearly doing now isn't working. So you have to look at the idea of implementing a transformative justice protocol. So because there isn't a lot of research on implementing transformative justice into education, we have to look at restorative justice case study and look at how it would have been altered to include a transformative justice curriculum. In Oakland, the U.S. Department of Education in 2014 did a study on the Oakland County Unified School District, and their schools use restorative justice practices on a very large scale. The staff of the school in a survey reported that it is very easy to conduct restorative practices, and almost 80% asked to continue using it. And the benefits continue. when you're looking at how students resolve conflicts with staff and other kids, how they connect with each other, over 60% of the staff said it has made an improvement. Over 76% of students in harm circles carefully repaired harm and resolved conflicts. So when you're looking at this idea that restorative justice had a benefit when they changed from this typical punitive system of the US form of education discipline, suspensions declined in Oakland. The racial disparities in discipline significantly declined. 70% of the staff reported that restorative practices are helping improve school climate. And so when you're looking at this broad idea that you have schools not using any form of restorative or transformative justice, and they're having stories like Kamar Harrison, and then you're looking at stories like the Oakland County study, where 70% of the school is saying it's having a net impact on the school climate. You have to look at that. But the reason I think we should move to a transformative justice impact instead of a restorative impact is because transformative justice was built in the 1970s from a peacemaking criminology from peacekeeping churches. The Quaker, it has origins in the Quaker ideology, and it's understood, as Dr. Anthony Noshella writes in 2011, restorative justice fails to address the oppression, injustices, and social inequities. So when you're looking at how transformative justice solves for the problems that restorative doesn't, you have to look at what it does. It asks the further questions. It goes down the layers of the onion argument, if you will. Transformative justice, like restorative, but goes one step further. It goes towards accountability. It goes safety and the trust of the community to address the harms, and creates a collective community reaching. It reaches one step further than the restorative discipline and the restorative justice. It when you're looking at how restorative changes communities, when you're looking at how transformative changed communities, you're looking at a wider community, because there is numerous sections of research that prove that one of the biggest problems with schools is a lack of connection, and transformative creates that. What it looks like in schools is their transformative solves for so many of these. So when you're looking at how to implement it in schools, you start small, you ask the big questions. You're looking at how teachers talk about discipline. How teachers, do they hide it, or do they have an open conversation about it? You use some of the similar practices like you do in restorative, but you then go one step further. You take smaller steps. The educators right now are overwhelmed, and I recognize that. But this has the potential to solve for so many of the problems. You ask the big questions, you think about the big problems there, and then you slowly start to take steps towards searching for the trainings and seeking out the people who have the knowledge on it. And on a broader scale, you first implement it in elementary schools. You first start out in the idea that you need to build those connections. You need to start reaching out to those people. And this is what it creates. When you're reaching out to everybody, it creates the relationships. But where teachers come into play is creating those tough conversations. But why? Asking those, what societally has led to this point. And obviously you have to teach them elementary school kids what societally means, but it's finding ways to alter that and to create the community and the accountability Many critics of transformative justice and restorative justice say that it breeds a lack of accountability. But in essence, if you do it correctly, the building of the community creates the accountability. And transformative justice will allow to solve for the problems that build or that create fractured communities and turn them into whole ones. And if we integrate this into schools, we can find a way to have a better connection with everybody. We can find a way to build people that have significantly less bullying and less mental health trouble because of it. Changing the school system is a process. Education is described as one of the hardest systems to change and one of the systems that's most against it. But integrating the transformative justice curriculum starts small. It starts talking to people, start asking the deeper questions, and then eventually you start opening up conflict discussions. You start creating the circles and start talking and creating a more open dialogue. But when you're working on all of this, you have to emphasize it and you have to allow for the trainings. It starts with buy-in, and that's what we can create. Thank you. I don't know how to pause it.
Thank you so much, Haley. That was incredible. My first questions, can you elaborate just a tad on how high school students, besides learning socially, the word, how to implement or kind of have a transformative justice mindset within their schools or communities, how they can activate themselves, take those incremental steps to get it to the top of the chain, to kind of dig through the onion as you described.
Absolutely. So speaking from experience, high schoolers are incredibly resistant to change. We're kind of like the education system, if you ask me. But integrating it into high schools, you have to start with either a collective willingness to know we need to have these discussions. You can't just make the decision and hide it from us anymore. We want to talk about it. And so it's creating that collective mindset. No, like this isn't working anymore. Sending friends off because they committed some sort of harm to somebody and sending them off for 2 weeks and coming back to a school where they know everybody, but they haven't seen everybody for 2 weeks and they've been off school suspended. It doesn't work. Having to sit and do the conversations with people they have harmed, either directly or tangentially, works. You also need administration buy-in. None of this works without the buy-ins of the administration. You need people that are willing to sit and have the tough conversations about, no, this is why it works the way it does, but this is how we fix it. And so from the student perspective, you have to create enough of a community willingness to do it. But from the administration perspective, you have to have a willingness to kind of take a step down a peg and be willing to talk to people like people. There's a huge problem in education that I've noticed for a little while now, is that oftentimes when you're talking to someone in an authority position, but you're trying to have a real conversation, you can't access it. You can't have that idea where you want to have the conversation because it's behind all of those authority lines. So once the community creates a willingness and the administration takes a step down a peg, if you will, and talks like to people like people, you can create that mindset.
Thank you so much.
If I can, Lucas, I'm just gonna talk to Haley here. I just really want to thank you for being able to put this into words. I feel like as somebody who has grown up um, in these schools where you see these officers time in and time out pick at the Black and Hispanic youth, it gets irritating and it's just overwhelming. Our schools are supposed to be a safe place for our students where they can get educated and not have to really worry about things like that. And it's just like really nice and like wow, thank you for being able to have a presentation and to be able to state this in a manner that like people can go back and like keep doing their research and look for more information to know that this isn't a problem of the past. It's something that is continuously happening to our youth today, probably still in this very moment. So thank you so much, Haley. You were awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you. I just really think schools are supposed to represent everybody, and the way we do discipline now isn't. And starting programs like these, we can create a more equitable school system that works for everybody, because right now it doesn't.
I have just a couple questions and comments from Q&A. One is that neither restorative or from justice addresses the legal slavery through 13th Amendment and says to incarcerate in a place like Rikers, which it takes almost 400,000 to incarcerate a single 16-year-old. And then you saying that high schoolers are resistant to change. That's a huge juxtaposition of like the students in class versus a student that is an incarcerated student. So if you want to kind of address that issue. Also, a comment is, are you interested, Haley, what's your next step? Are you going to create a collective via Zoom when classmates are suspended? Kind of a secondary strategy and everything. So
That's what I really want to do. What I really would like to do, my concern is breaking through, or not breaking through, but finding ways to break around it with the FERPA rights, because I obviously don't want to interfere with anybody's educational right to privacy. But I would really like to create when people are suspended, here's a place where we can all connect together. Here's a place where, heck, if you're working on homework, you need help, we can work there. For those of you who are here from Aren't Save the Kids, I am the national coordinator of the Week of Action against incarcerating youth. And that's for the next year. I want to organize a larger project for it. And so my next steps are kind of twofold. And on the home front, if you will, I would like to find a way to start a program like you're mentioning, Catherine. And I do appreciate, I can't see who said the first comment. I do appreciate it. I would really like the opportunity to understand how schools and juvenile detention centers work. I'm obviously against it, juvenile detention as a whole, but I want to understand how it works now so that I can better work to change the system.
most definitely, it's what's important is to have this curiosity of knowing everything. Everyone can't have knowing all the time, but as much as we contribute to the general intellect and everything with these ideas, and use them as in practice and everything, that's just as we can do some amazing stuff. So thank you so much, Haley.
Thank you. Have a good day.
And Dan, do you want to talk about the next speaker?
Yes, I'm happy to do so. Our next speaker is Azura Crispino. I really hope I'm saying that correctly. um, they are an associate professor of philosophy at Austin Community College and a PhD student in sociology at Texas A&M University. She is the co-founder of PAPS, Prison Abolition Prisoner Support, a pen pal to incarcerated people, and a peaceful protest organization. She is a contributing author to Real Drugs in a Virtual World, and I am so excited to hear from them. How are you doing, Azura?
I'm well, thank you. I can't turn on my video though.
Oh, okay. Let us work on that. Let's.
Is anyone talking? Because I think I may have lost audio as well.
No, nobody's talking.
Okay,
We're just
great.
trying to figure out how to get you on here.
Yeah, I can see your presentation.
It seems like we're able to see the presentation, but we're not necessarily able to see the speakers.
Okay, would you like to take a couple of minutes to try to fix that, or would you prefer for me
Yes,
to be a disembodied head? Or
um,
actually not even a head, just a disembodied voice. I'm good with either.
if you can give me just like 3 minutes and let me try playing with this. Technology sometimes isn't our friend. So if you wouldn't mind just giving me those 3 minutes, I would appreciate that. I can see you now. Okay, now you're gone again.
One suggestion is you might try making me a co-host.
Okay, I can't do that, but Dr. Anthony can. So let me see if he's able to. Okay, so it seems like it's not liking us right now. So if you wouldn't mind just sharing your presentation and then just going from there, and I will continue playing with this, that would be great.
Okay, so as we heard before, the term transformative justice doesn't necessarily have a clear author or coinage. Different people have tried to give it a different origin story, if you will. but as critical criminology seeks to expand beyond carceral responses to harm, there is seen a greater interest in transformative justice, its history, meaning, and best practices. So my research is to go on Twitter, which is a great love of mine. And I was looking to see how people are using the term sort of in the online field. And I wanted to bring a gender lens to this particular conversation. So I was specifically analyzing the avatars and bios of the Twitter users in order to determine the genders of the users or organizations that we're talking about transformative justice. So very briefly, the findings were that females were more likely to use transformative justice in their tweets than males. But the really surprising result was that people who identified as gender non-binary or trans were also more likely to use the term than males. So for context, we believe that roughly 1% of the US population is trans or non-binary adult population. Now, that may be a little higher on Twitter. So I had initially hypothesized that 5% of the tweets would turn out to be from people who were non-binary or trans, but certainly, you know, when we think about our own lives, we know more people who are cis male than people who are gender non-binary or trans. So the fact that so many people who are trans or non-binary are talking about transformative justice on Twitter seems to imply that maybe people who are questioning the gender binary are also questioning carceral solutions, and trying to determine, you know, whether people, if it's one or the other or both together, is beyond the scope of this preliminary paper. But those are, you know, basically the results. Now, in terms of a brief introduction, what is transformative justice? I'm so glad about the order of the speakers. One thing that we could add here to the previous presentation is that Ruth Morris wrote this brilliant book in 1994, Practical Path to Transformative Justice. And she says in this book that she's not sure whether she coined the term transformative justice. So obviously there's a lot of lack of historicity in terms of this term. And even activists sometimes don't want to contribute to its formalization. But as we've already heard, it is related to restorative justice. So I'll skip that part. It's also, for those of you who are more interested in international relations, related to transitional justice, which briefly is concerned when a state has had a failure, right, due to war or some other happening, and is now trying to transition, quote, back to a justice model. And it turns out that in the same way that in the criminal justice conversation, we're trying to push past restorative justice into transformative justice, it turns out that the exact same thing is happening in international relations. There are lots of authors who want us to push beyond transitional justice into transformative justice. Happy to talk about that more in the Q&A. So in terms of the theoretical influences of this conversation, obviously feminist criminology has done a lot to push for anti-carceral or abolitionist solutions. My ultimate dissertation is really interested in alternatives to mass incarceration for sexual assault. So that's part of my feminist influence here. Obviously, critical criminology is trying to come up with other responses to harm. Now, because this is a paper specifically focused on a discussion of the online field, I just want to talk about that a little bit methodologically. So perhaps a better question to formulate it, instead of what is transformative justice, is to ask, how is transformative justice being used by activists and others in practice? And a good way to answer this question is to look at how users are utilizing the term on Twitter, right? So betraying my philosophical roots, dropping a little Wittgenstein here and talking about this notion of meaning as use, right? So that perhaps the best way for us to understand what transformative justice is just to see how people are using it. Okay. So I did utilize a chi-square goodness of fit test in order to analyze the ultimate Twitter data. So some analysis here, as I mentioned earlier, I would have expected 1% of tweets to be from people who were non-binary or trans, because I was expecting it to be higher I went with 5%. That turned out to be wildly underestimated. Also, for those of you who are on Twitter, you know that people have their own personal Twitter accounts, but they also have organizational accounts. And that's important because organizational accounts are not going to be easily gender identifiable, right? So for example, Prison Abolition Prisoner Support, or PAPS, I mean, we are a strongly woman and non-binary led organization, but we absolutely do also have some cishet guys. So if you were trying to figure out what's the gender of PAPS, that would just be kind of a difficult conversation. So for the purposes of this research, if there was an organizational tweet, or a tweet originating from an organizational user rather, then that was coded separately. Now, in terms of the chi-square goodness of fit, for those of you who it's been a hot minute since you last took statistics, the way that works is that it's a test used to determine whether a distribution of the members of a set is as predicted. So it's appropriate to use if each category is expected to have at least 5 elements, and I did expect to see a minimum of 5 tweets in a category. Now, normally the way you do this is that you set a null hypothesis and then you check against it, right? And if the null hypothesis were, let's say we're talking about a multiple choice test, we would expect, 20% of the answers to be A, B, C, or D. But obviously we didn't think that that was going to be the case in this particular distribution. So instead, what I did was to say, okay, look, let's say that 30% of people are male that are tweeting, 30% are female, that the probability of organizations is 0.34, and then we'll give 1% to non-binary and trans, and then 5% as being undiscernible. So that was one null hypothesis. And I actually went through and did multiple, but if anybody wants to ask that during the chat, that's fine. Want to give a quick shout out to Discover Text and Stu Schulman, who has been absolutely wonderful. If anybody is interested in doing Twitter analysis, I strongly urge you to use their software. It's free for academic researchers. And Stu will give you lots and lots of support. Fantastic guy. I also used StatKey in order to do some of these. So I hope you can see my screen, but basically in terms of the raw tweets, now I do want to point out this is a preliminary analysis. So I was only looking at tweets between February 24th and March 5th of last year. So transformative justice was only used 286 times when you're looking at individual tweets. So if people retweet, then obviously that's excluded. And we see that organizations, female, non-binary, trans, male, and unknown, that this breaks down in this way, right? So roughly 35% of tweets were from organizations, roughly 30% were from women, roughly 15% were from non-binary trans, and slightly less than that were done by men. So non-binary or trans users had more tweets about transformative justice or using that term than male users. So if you want to see that as a pretty pie chart, here it is. And then for those of you who are interested in the chi-square goodness of fit, what I actually did was to use a more sophisticated chi-square goodness of fit. So what it did is it allowed me to create a randomization sample based on my information and then determine whether the sample that I received based on the null hypothesis, how likely that was. And the chi-square value, basically, the higher it is, the more significant it is. The chi-square value was over 500, which is huge. So just kind of show you, more pretty pictures here. Hopefully you can see them. But basically, looking at these distributions, you see that this part is very, very low on the chart. That once again determines that, this is that we're seeing a lot of significance. So for those of you who want the p-value, it is 1 to 10 to the -5, and it's significant at 1 to 10 to the -2. So once again, lots and lots and lots of significance. Now, the question here that is probably more interesting to you, unless you're a statistician, is why? And I think, why are non-binary and trans Twitter users talking about transformative justice even more than expected. Now, one possibility is that I have underestimated how many Twitter users are non-binary or trans. I was using general population statistics. It may turn out that trans and non-binary people are more likely to be on Twitter. So I do need to maybe get some data regarding the use of pronouns in Twitter more generally. So even though I think that we may get some explanation there that would bring down that chi-scare value to 200 or something, but it still is not enough to tell us why. And I think that maybe because transformative justice is an anti-carceral solution, it is a concept that it is inherently challenging of gender. So I don't think that we often remember that there is a gender component to the patriarchal carceral state, right? The state is coming in and saying, hey, you didn't behave properly and I'm going to punish you. Right. And that punishment, there is a certain, toxic masculinity to that system. So the question then becomes, okay, is it that people who challenge the carceral state then go home and say, what about this non-binary thing? Maybe I want to look at my own identity differently. Or is it the other way around, that people who are questioning their gender identity, gender orientation, or even just how that displays in the world, then go on to question the carceral state? And then here's a really fun part. Maybe there's not a temporal or causal connection at all. Maybe it's the case that as you question one, you also begin to question the other simultaneously, right? That as we question these conversations around punishment, that is also related to questioning other things. So in terms of further research, I would love to be able to do follow-up interviews with people who identified as non-binary and trans in the study, to be able to sort of ask them a timeline of how it is that they began questioning their gender and carceral state, and how those things interplay in that part of the conversation. So it looks like we have a Q&A about slavery abolition, which doesn't seem to be part of the conversation about abolition. I'm coming from a prison abolitionist organization. I'm an anarchist. I'm not sure if that's not necessarily coming across, but just want to be absolutely clear that this is a position to throw it all out the window. But in terms of the scope of this particular paper, may not necessarily be able to go into as much detail on the overall questioning of abolishing of slavery.
No, absolutely. All of it's intersectional, and we only can get little bits of time. I just got a couple questions discussing this. I am infatuated with this topic because I don't think a lot of content regards abolition and transformative justice is out there. I'm on Twitter, and I definitely concur with your thoughts on it. I hopefully to see this research in coming up in Transformative Justice Journal. Cynthia, do you have any questions to start us off with?
I just really want to say thank you so much for feeding me this information. This topic, being able to include all genders or all people really is something new to me. That's not really something I have had the opportunity to be a part of in a conversation or in a report done like you have done. And it's just incredibly rewarding to be able to learn, because now I can take that information and ask those questions and feed that information to other individuals. And just thank you so much. Just going, now that I have you on here, I was told that you, the speakers are able to start their own video. I don't know if you see on your screen,
Nope.
the start video.
Still can't. When I say start video, it says unable to start video. you can't start your video because the host has stopped it.
Oh, okay. So we will keep working on that. I don't know why it's not letting us.
Well, while you're figuring that out, let me just respond a little bit to your comment. So I didn't necessarily go straight into the weeds, maybe pun intended with the straight part, in terms of how the non-binary and trans was established. So there were folks who specifically said that they were trans in their bio, and then they were coded as trans. And then anybody who included a gender neutral pronoun in their profile was coded as non-binary. And so, and then lots of people don't list their pronouns in their Twitter bio, obviously, right? So for those folks, I then used their avatar to attempt to determine their gender. So that's not a perfect measure of someone's gender, obviously. And I will say that I think the next time that I do this research, I also want to include a racial component. So this course, this paper, excuse me, was the final paper for a gender and crime course that I was taking at Texas A&M. So quick shout out to Dr. Foster as well for encouraging me to include the non-binary and trans part of it. But I am also curious about, what's the racialized component? So when I go through and redo this, right, for the eventual dissertation, I will also be coding for race. And I think that might even become more complicated on Twitter, because now I'm really just going to be going off people's avatars in order to make that determination, right? For those of you who are not on Twitter, it's a pretty small little round circle, right, that you see somebody's face in. And then obviously people sometimes just have, a panda or something, or have accounts. And it should be mentioned that obviously people do use fake Twitter accounts or socks, and there's not really a good way to determine whether someone is claiming to be of one gender or race and actually belongs to another on Twitter. But I think that the likelihood that somebody would be using a sock account to talk about transformative justice, based on my experience on Twitter, I think is really pretty low. But yeah, if you have more questions about that, I'm happy to answer them.
Oh, sorry, something I cut you off. I had a curious question. Sorry if this comes out as naive, but like for in addition to the research, how would you think it would respond if you created like quote a sock account and like kind of made a call for like people's experience or data or whatever regards to transformative justice on Twitter versus on your personal account? Do you think you would get the same result, or what do you think, like a hypothesis, what kind of result you would think you would get? Just like,
that's actually a really interesting question. So for the record, I was using my personal account insofar as Discover Text and Twitter require you to be logged in to an account in order to access tweets. But I did not in any way, shape, or form solicit these tweets in any way. It just so happened that at the time that I did the research, Mariam Kaba's book, We Do This Until We Free Us, had just been released. So I actually did try to determine to what extent she was an influence, but because her account is locked, that turned out to be slightly more complicated. So that's a longer sort of methods conversation. So there are some people who think that you should create a Twitter account for the sole purpose of soliciting these sorts of things. And there's good reason to do it that way. I'm personally against it because I have a Twitter persona, right? I have been on Twitter for over 10 years. I have more than 17,000 tweets. Paps has been on Twitter for 7 years. We have more than 15,000 tweets. So if I make a brand new account for the purposes of talking about transformative justice, the people that I'm interacting with, I know them, right? Like if I see Lucas on Twitter, I know who he is. If I see Prison Culture on Twitter, I know who she is, right? There are lots of people saying, oh, I know that's her. So I think it would be a little disingenuous personally as a researcher to create a quote blank persona when I know personally perfectly well that my persona is not, as a matter of fact, blank. So I did not go out of my way to solicit tweets in any way. Also, so it is being processed currently as a non-human site, which means that I'm basically saying these tweets exist and I am. So from an ethnographic perspective, that's the same as doing a non-intrusive field observation. If I were actively soliciting tweets, whether it's from a SOC or from my personal account, I would then have to change my IRB proposal, which for the record is not something that I'm particularly looking forward. If I would to interact with the field in some way.
Can I ask what made you want to get into this, or what made you want to expand on this?
I mean, in terms of my interest in transformative justice, I'm a staunch abolitionist. I'm really open about that. And I think that we really need to have some concrete answers to the question, what do we do instead of prisons? And I think that transformative justice is the best horse in that particular race. So there's that portion of it. In terms of why Twitter, you know, in Africana studies, there's sort of this idea about the interactive research model, right? Where you focus on also want to overlap them with the interest of the community, right? Which is kind of rejecting the model of quantitative researchers as objective researchers. And I really like that model, right? So there's a certain amount of the answer to why Twitter is because I personally love Twitter, right? If I'd had to do this about Facebook, you couldn't pay me enough to do the research on Facebook, right? So low-hanging fruit in terms of IRB plus, you know, kind of on Twitter all the time anyway. You know, in terms of even how I found out about this conference, right? Dr. Foster had mentioned the Transformative Justice Journal to me, but actually Lucas ended up following me on Twitter because I have Transformative Justice in my profile, right? So yeah, I knew about the journal and I knew it had a website and I knew that it had an email, but in terms of actually talking to them, like, why wouldn't I do that on Twitter? It just feels like home, right? Native and different online spaces, and Twitter is a space in which I'm comfortable. I mean, I do have experience doing other content analyses. So my previous publication was on, or the Real Drugs in a Virtual World, was talking about Erowid, and that's a website where people talk about their drug use, and that was more of a discussion board. I've previously done research on bulletin board systems. So I'm definitely interested in how people talk about the online field. I mean, if I wanted to give you a more academic answer to that question, what I would say is that journalists and activists, I think, gravitate towards Twitter as a social medium more than they gravitate towards the others at this time, right? So it seemed like a good space to try to interact with the sorts of people who are more, not interact, excuse me, observe, right? The IRB is still pending approval, to observe the people who are using this term.
Well, thank you so much. And wow, this is like just so much information. And I thank you for sharing that with us. And if anybody has any questions to add on or any more comments, please share now.
I get the Twitter is home kind of broke down from Facebook and everything. I get it. It is like a kind of a more nestled place, and it's definitely kind of broke from. I'm using broke a lot from Facebook. You have easily kind of a watchable bunch of variables to see what people say or whatever. Plus, like the emojis on Twitter, it's like you love something, something's really, really heartbreaking and everything. It's interesting how that platform plays out and everything. So I appreciate your work, Azura, very much. You're an incredible scholar and everything. Thank you so much for being on here. Like I said, I would look forward to having the TJJ publish your research or anything that you do and everything. So.
Well, thank you. I mean, I didn't have a chance today to go into the qualitative piece of this, which is what terms were most related to transformative justice in this preliminary analysis. So real quick, let me just kind of give you that part of the abstract. So probably unsurprising, there was a lot of conversation about accountability and police defunding that was related. And basically what I found was that there were some terms that were uncontroversial. People just assumed that they were associated with transformative justice. And then there were some things that are contentious about transformative justice. So for example, whether violence can be included as a part of transformative justice, right? So if somebody is harassing you or has assaulted you, is then responding with violence part of the transformative justice process? That seems to be controversial. Some people are saying yes, more are saying no. And then the other thing that I found interesting is that there seems to be a conversation about to what extent can the state be involved in a transformative justice process? So what we're seeing is that, for example, New Jersey just dumped some money into to divert some folks away from incarceration. But then there are other activists who are saying that transformative justice inherently must occur outside of a state context. So that qualitative portion, I think, would be a really good home for the Transformative Justice Journal. I think that perhaps your readers would be less interested in pretty pictures of chi-square goodness of fit tests, but I might be wrong. Which, by the way, if anyone has any questions or comments about the statistical part of that analysis, I'm happy to talk about it to you. Oh, and it looks like we have a comment in the chat. So as a non-binary person, I was super thankful to see my identity reflected in your research. Due to gendered binaries, I find a lot of times non-binary identities fall between the cracks, so that's appreciated. Yeah, I mean, and I'm really glad that I coded for it initially, right? Because if I had it, I would have really lost a major surprising result. And I think that, you know, that's part of the reason why it's important to know your field when you're doing research, right? I would not suggest for somebody who's brand new to Twitter to start doing Twitter analysis for the simple reason that you may not be aware of some of the things that are common in the space, right? There has been, I would say, at least in the last couple of years, a greater push towards people including their pronouns in their bios. So if I had done this research 5 years ago, I don't know that people would have their bios listing their pronouns, which would have then made it much harder for me to be able to determine people who are non-binary, right? Kind of conversation, folks who are trans stand out, not necessarily, right? I once had a student who was trans who told me on the very last day of class, and I didn't have the furthest clue that she was trans until after the semester was over. But, you know, when it comes to people who are non-binary, we live in such a binary world that we don't necessarily think about their existence even, right? So Twitter is a fun space in terms of it allows you the ability to make that information readily available to people, right? So if I can go old school for a second, and I'm not sure if I'm running out of time, but Sherry Turkle was one of the authors who first started doing internet research, right? And she came up with this idea of the looking glass self, that on the internet, we have this cloak of anonymity, and then we can create an online identity, which we push out into the world. And then people react to the identity that we have pushed out into the world and respond to based on that identity. right? And there are good and bad things about that because it can cause you to be in sort of this echo chamber, right? And if you've spent enough time on the internet and then met people offline that you talk to on the internet, you've sometimes had that disconnect, right? Of wait, I thought you were like this, and then I'm meeting you in person and you're nothing like that looking glass self that you have been putting out. But the positive side of this is that on Twitter, it's much easier for people to put it out there. Hey, I'm non-binary, or hey, I'm trans. And to be in a space, you know, that welcomes that kind of identity, but also makes it easier for people to make sure that that's there, right? I mean, I had one activist friend who actually had a jacket that had bedazzled pronouns on the lapel, right? That made it very clear what their pronouns were. But that's right. I mean, of academics, we specifically ask people to list their pronouns on their name tag or something. That's not something that normally exists, right? So I think that the opportunity of doing analysis on Twitter is to be able to see something that may otherwise be hidden about people's identities if, for example, we were doing some sort of ethnographic study, you know, at a physical conference, right? It would be far more difficult to get to this sort of level of specificity in analyzing people's gender identities.
So what I got from this is we all need to get Twitter. It's a safe space, you guys. Let's go.
Yeah. Right
I
now,
love
so.
it. All right. Thank you so much, Azura. And I'm glad we got to have the video working finally. Thanks for your patience.
If anyone has any follow-up emails, questions, concerns, would like to see a copy of the working paper, feel free to drop me an email at Azzurra, AZZURRA at.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Next speaker is Andy Williams Jr. I'm going to promote him to video. Andy is a graduate with a bachelor's in paralegal studies from Lewis University, Romeoville, Illinois. You can learn about what he's up to on hoodcandidate.com. He will be talking about abolitioning male incarceration using the 13th Amendment, the badges and incidents of slavery. Andy?
Yes.
How's it going?
Professor, it is good. How is it going with you?
It's going great. Going great. What do you have to talk about here today?
How to reduce mass incarceration using the 13th Amendment.
Right on.
We're ready whenever you're ready.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cynthia. Thank you, Lucas, Professor, for putting this on. I appreciate it. I'm an abolitionist, and coming behind Azzurra, it just feels so refreshing to know that is the label. You want to abolish this unjust, oppressive system. And so we've gotten away from abolishing it. And I'm just so glad to be among other colleagues and distinguished scholars discussing abolitionists. But we know that the United States incarcerates people at a higher rate than any country on this earth. Primarily the marginalized people, particularly at the state level, are really incarcerated at disproportionately higher rates relative to the total population. And if we look at the United States really being the land of free, why are we incarcerating people at such a high rate? Why? So we must kind of like look at where is the root of this mass incarceration, like where did it start from? And I look at mass incarceration as slavery just by another name. See, these inequities are incidental to slavery and its oppressive roots. From the very first laws coming out were slave codes designed to restrict the movement and the freedom of blacks. Then black codes, then Jim Crow laws in the 60s, then the war on drugs. All of this was designed to restrict the freedom of the blacks that has really expanded to the marginalized community. So it's, for me, it's more about classism. If you can't afford the proper representation, the right people to speak for you, or if you're not educated enough to know how to speak for yourself, you're gonna wind up being incarcerated, you know? And when we look at that school pipeline to prison, it starts pretty much with that education roots. And we can go deep into that. We know about that for the most part, but there's two ways that I see that I am actually doing right now to combat these inequalities. The first step is through education. We've got to know our history. You just got to know our history and understanding how the past has influenced this mass incarceration. The 13th Amendment, primarily is what I'm talking about, it came as a result of the Union's victory in the Civil War and consequently to abolish slavery. It was added to the Constitution to basically be a revolution in federalism. And the 13th Amendment, Section 1, it says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime, whereof the parties shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. I want to go back to that part, except as punishment for a crime. Right after the Civil War came out these black codes, which were except for punishment for a crime. So we're going to find a way to keep this economic base by creating laws to incarcerate the newly freed enslaved people, the newly freed people. That's where this law system came from, based on the United States. And so they went from the plantations to the prisons. And then they would do this thing called convict leasing, that once I get you locked up, we're going to rent you out to other plantation owners to pay off this debt or whatever it is. That was a convict leasing. And right now, that means the 13th Amendment permits slavery of incarcerated persons. And in turn, the state and the federal prisoners force prisoners into the modern labor conditions of slavery. And most of the people incarcerated receive little or no pay. Whole Foods depend on prison labor. Walmart, McDonald's, Macy's, IBM, Target. Like, there's a sharp distinction between that slavery and that prison labor. In fact, there's a federal prison industry known as Unicor, which the government operates as prison labor in federal prisons. It was founded in 1934 and has since continued to expand. So think of it like this. In order to make sure people are in prison to get this reduced labor, there has to be laws created. Well, that's the very same thing that happened with the Black codes after the 13th Amendment passed. But there's a catch in the 13th Amendment under Section 2. That says Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. And that legislation has, to me, never been introduced, but there has been judicial decisions, the slaughterhouse cases, civil rights cases. It's kind of like where the 1866 Civil Rights Act came from. But under Section 2, what they call that is a badge and incident of slavery. And so the concepts of a badge and incident of slavery, they really predate the 13th Amendment, appearing in antebellum, judicial opinions, and secondary resources. But really what the badge and incidents of slavery can really be summed up in is anything that perpetuates slavery. That's what it is. Anything that resembles slavery is a badge and incident of slavery. And what the 13th Amendment does, it does really protect all people. So it's not just the marginalized people, because no matter what the numbers look at, we still have people that are incarcerated, in my opinion, that should not be. And I feel when we deal with incarceration, it should be more about correction. So a lot of these people that are in jail specifically for that war on drugs, it really wasn't a war on drugs, it was a war on people. And we, the descendants, because we are descendants of our ancestors, we have been awoken. We can reach back in history and say, wait, we still doing this. This is still slavery. This is like modern day slavery. And it's not even just only in the prisons. I mean, it's even in our communities where you can't go, what you can't do. Not going to touch on that deeply, but that's the modern day police that evolved from slave patrols and slave catchers. And that's why they only focus on certain communities, because that's what a slave patrol and slave catcher was to do, is to make sure there wasn't no uprising in the Black community, which were the newly freed slaves. But mass incarceration today has really evolved from a recognizable, like we can see this system of racial oppression, such as the Jim Crow and the 1994 crime bill. In fact, what I look at is say, being a gang member, a drug dealer, a felon, they're just synonym words for being a slave. That's all what they really are. And so these racial disparities that exist today in the American system of mass incarceration, they are a badge and incident of slavery within the meaning of the 13th Amendment, Section 2. So let's fast forward to the 60s and the civil rights movement. Everybody's, you got the Jesus movement, the Mexican Revolution, the Black Power, civil rights, all of this is going on, the hippies movement, and the government, who under Hoover and Nixon, they saw this now as an opportunity to get tough on crime. Like, we need law and order that appealed to these white voters, particularly in the southern people. And so after the passage of that Civil Rights Act, the public debate shifted now from segregation to crime. Because first we're talking about segregation, we want equal rights. Then out comes the COINTELPRO. So if you know about the COINTELPRO, it's how the government infiltrated these movements that were going on to abolish the segregation. And so that the civil disobedience doctrine of Dr. King, it was linked then by Vice President Richard Nixon to increasing crime rates. So they put a correlation in there. And right now there's people from the 60s still in prison under that COINTELPRO. And so by the time of 1994, the prison population has stabilized roughly at 1.5 million. And that's where that 1994 crime bill came out. Let's be tough on crime. This rhetoric, both at the state and federal levels, that funded 125 new institutions to be built, hundreds of thousands of cops being put on the streets. And I will say the 1994 crime bill did have some positive aspects in it. So it's not all, they had vocational training and stuff in the community, partnered with different organizations, but it was all being ran by the politicians. Like they had this council that they will call it, was to administrate this. And the council didn't have experience. Like, you didn't come from these areas that you've been targeting. And I feel like those who did have the experience, instead of transforming and keeping the 60s movement alive, they conformed, like they adapted to that. And just, our voice got silent. So this brief history suggests the connections between the race, politics, and criminality in the US, and brings us back to the roots of slavery. So this pattern of racially charged politics, this hyper-criminalization, and this mass incarceration, it shows that connection between the Black codes, the slave codes, and Jim Crow, but it replaces it with a more subtle form of discrimination and mass incarceration. It's about public safety, tough on crime, so the public can be safe. So now we're going to section 2. Step 1 was really to educate. So we got to educate the people about history, this whole critical race theory movement. It's real history. So it's not like this is something that we're not saying. And I saw a meme one day. It said, you don't want us to teach about the people who try to stop the little Black girl from going to school. We want to hear about her fight to get into the school when they did the desegregation. She was going to school, but we don't want to know about the people that were trying to block her. And I thought that was kind of unique the way that was phrased. But so step 2 is to litigate. And that's to declare mass incarceration exactly what it is: slavery by another name. And if you're familiar with the Brown versus Board of Education, what that did is say the segregation in schools is unconstitutional. So just like that case, the 13th Amendment allows us to go in and declare modern day mass incarceration is unconstitutional. And we declare it to be a badge and incident of slavery. Currently, right now, I have a suit pending against the United States and 32 other states to amend the 13th Amendment, because the 13th Amendment, the first section, basically legalized slavery. So we have legislation that's being introduced. Senator Merkel, I think that's his name, out of Oregon, Lady Miss Williams out of Georgia. But we people, we can't wait for somebody to agree what we already know. So legislation is one of the tools, but litigation is another tool. And so this litigation under the 13th Amendment that I have pending is just declare, yep, this is, violates our liberty, inalienable rights, and it's a badge and incident of slavery. So once we start going into the system with the 13th Amendment declaring that mass incarceration is a badge and incident of slavery, it begins for us to take a look at the solutions. Like, what is the solution? Because right now we can reduce mass incarceration by 50% just releasing nonviolent offenders. But those nonviolent offenders still need the education. So it's not like, we're just going to bring people out. Well, where are the jobs at? Well, right now, Whole Foods, Walmart, McDonald's, indeed, they prey on that limited, they prey on that they prey on the low cost of labor from these incarcerated people. So we're about to disrupt that capitalism society where they're making money off of the backs of these people. So they're not going to really want to agree to that. So we the people, we created government. We should be saying this is what we want in our communities. And I think one of those ways is through this litigation. And so the litigation is a tool to finally abolish slavery and involuntary servitude once and for all. And although I'm just speaking on the mass incarceration, we have to look at involuntary servitude, what that also means. And when an individual goes to work as a taxpayer and the government is taking money out of your check, that's involuntary servitude. That is another form of slavery. That's another form of slavery, because the people created the government. The government didn't create us. We shouldn't be paying all these high taxes that's taken out of our checks. That's slavery. We are working for the United States, which looks like a plantation in areas in the way they run, the way it's being ran. But we the people, our generation right now, based on the movement of the social unrest of the 2020, we have the power. So we need to shift that power and start implementing it. Like, I love the education going into the schools. Listen, but we also got to be doing it at home. We got to be doing it at our churches. We got to be doing it at our nonprofit organizations. And we also need to run for office too. We should be running for office, because we're steady asking the people who are a part of the problem to change it. They don't know how to change it because they only know what they know based on their generation. It's like we fought for equal rights. We fought to get rid of segregation. And here we are on a panel right now with different ethnicities. So we don't have that same disconnect. And we saw it in the 2020 social unrest with George Floyd. Now our generation has to rise up and say, we're going to get what we want this time, as Malcolm was said, by any means necessary. So I think through litigation, what I have is restorative justice, a way that we have to look at. There's got to be a different way to handling crime, because for me, restorative justice is when one person in that community commits a crime, the whole community is affected. So it's not, oh, your son did this. No, your neighbor's son did this. And we have to start looking back at that. And the 60s gave us such a solid blueprint that we're able to touch those people. Now they're still here. We don't have to read a book. We don't have to have a he say, she say. We actually can talk to these elders today while they're still living and not make the same mistakes they made and come together and be that one nation that we are so proud to discuss, but we're not willing to look at ourselves and say, are we really this one nation? Or are we really the modern day slave owners, the plantation owners? And so I close with this is saying the 13th Amendment allows us to go through litigation to reduce mass incarceration. And one thing under Article 3, Section 2 of the United States Constitution, the only way you can come into court is if you have an injury. You have to have an injury. And these drug laws, when people are going to jail for that, there's no injury. There's no victim. We got to get rid of these victimless crimes. But I'm not trying to sit there and say, have a mass movement of letting everybody come out of prison, because my inmate number is B15364. I've been in that belly of the beast. And it's brothers in there that their minds have not been transformed. They have not been renewed. So I believe we need to take the model of Norway, which Norway has one of the most humane prisons in the nation, but North Dakota has begun to adopt that model. And that is one where from the day you enter into this plantation, this facility, you are learning rehabilitation from the day you come in. That is one way we can begin to transform these systems. And we need to get rid of all these mandatory minimums and sentencing enhancement, because it doesn't allow an individual a chance to change and then be acclimated back into his community. So with that, I close and open it up for any questions.
Can I just say, wow, I'm like low-key fangirling because I'm like, yes, he knows his ish. Like, thank you for knowing what you're talking about. I do just want to follow up on some things you said here that I took some notes on. I do want to reiterate that education is key. Like, I feel like now with social media, we see videos of law enforcement trespassing or overstepping and literally just lying about what the law is in whichever state there is. And it's like being recorded, but the person behind those recordings don't necessarily know that they're wrong. We've been taught that law enforcement usually has the last say and that they're not gonna lie to you, or that whatever they say has to go, when in reality, that's not real. That's not true. I think I just had this conversation with somebody else that we forget that law enforcement works for us. And most of the time, like, because we have, not we, but like society has put them on this pedestal of like this huge authority figure that like we're not supposed to question. So many things go left unsaid, or they aren't, what's the word I'm looking for?
Held accountable.
Held accountable. Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we need to change that. And I do believe that starts with education, educating our youth, educating our people, having these panels where we are able to say like, no, please hold them accountable. Like, they need to be held accountable. Another thing that you were mentioning was that we are still in times of slavery. And I like go off of this chart all the time where it's like from 1619 to 1865, it was American slavery. Then from 1865 to 1954, it's segregation. In between that, then we have Jim Crow. And then now we're currently going through the prison industrial complex. And it's like, what do we do to end this? Like, what can we do? And I mean, that's a question that I have for you, because I bet you've thought about it. Like,
So,
what can we do?
No, most of you would not have heard about me, but in the 2020 election, I ran for president. And one of my branding was the hood candidate. I had a suit on with a hood. And I wasn't running for president based on, like, let's say Elizabeth Warren, I have a plan with that. I was running on, I have experience with that. You know, I come from the street gangs, quote unquote. I call them tribes, and I was high up. So I came from, you know, understanding that. I came up in a 2-parent household. My stepmom is white, she's German. My little brother was gay. My other little brother, and both of them, I had another little brother that was an ex-felon too. He committed suicide on an opioid overdose, and my other little brother, gay, he ran his car into a ditch and committed suicide. I'm sharing those stories to say I really have the experience. It's personal to me. So while everybody else was campaigning, saying what they were going to do, I'm still doing it. Like it wasn't about a campaign, like elect me, I'm gonna change the world. No, I knew we the people had the power. I knew the Generation X and the millennials, we outnumber the veterans and the baby boomers. We outnumber them. So we gotta rise up and begin to educate ourselves, even if it means in our community groups, even if it means in school, after school, whatever way, social media. I'm big on teaching how to run for office. I'm big on teaching how to file suits. My hometown right now, the city of Aurora, I'm running about 7 people's litigation, helping them with their paperwork because they wouldn't know, but I'm teaching them, and now they're learning. They're learning. And we have a suit against the police to reallocate the funds from the police department. I don't want to defund the police, because I'd rather call them than call my homies, because I know my homies, some of their minds ain't renewed, and they like, what? Oh yeah, we're gonna, and that's the reality of the background. But the police budget in our hometown is $77 million. $480,000 of the budget was allocated towards senior and youth. And then you wonder why we have the problems we have in our community. So one of the ways we fix it, a solution, is we need to start running for mayor. We need to start sitting on that city council, because we need to have a say-so on how these funds are being distributed. The sheriff in my hometown, Kane County, he's already defunded the police. It went from 500 detainees to 300 detainees because he began to teach them job skills. He began to get to the mental health situations down, you know, dealing with the root of it. So the root of it for us is real education and not the indoctrination. And we can't ask the school system to change. It's been this way so long. We have to be the change. The change has to start within us, and then that comes out of us to reach each one, and then each one teach one. So to the question to that is, I have thought about it, I'm living it, and it's several individuals across the states that's doing, you know, doing this and moving it, but we have such a disconnect based on our fear, what we've been taught to fear, or to hold somebody else down. And if they're not, you know, making sure you're recognized, then don't work with them. That's a reality of it. And so what I've learned to do is just come in, serve, assist the people. Come in, serve, teach, help. I'm not asking for nothing, because I know as we get this, we can be a free nation by the year 2025. I believe it, I know it, because all I do is look at 2020, and my personal brand for my book and everything is I'm the visionary, because I see visions. But the visionary said in 2020, now I see. I could see all the judgment that I still had in me, all the hate. And the mayor, who's of Aurora, Illinois, is running for governor, he has the most best qualifications. Come in the hood, single parent, early involved in gangs, went to the war, became a prosecutor, a defense attorney, and he's the mayor. That's the perfect background. But I would not support his campaign. I would not support him, because I sat down at the table with him. It's personal. And I'm like, yo, this is what's going on in the streets. We need assistance, because we don't have access to $77 million. We good to have $700 if we lucky, $7, you know, and he turned a blind eye to that. We have police officers in my hometown that have 77 write-ups, 33 of them are sustained, and they still using excessive force on individuals they on the streets. And he's running his campaign bragging about how many police he put on the force. Did we even do background checks on them? Because the police are criminals too. They do criminal acts. Why they not charged with RICO? Why their whole department isn't? And that's what we the people can do. We can start saying, listen, we're gonna hold you accountable. So I'm saying, hey, listen, I put my website on the thing, hoodcandidate.com. I'm willing to help anybody across the states do whatever we need to do so my 4-year-old granddaughter can drive down to Texas when she's 25 and not worried about being hung in no jail cell. That it's the reality. We have to be really concerned about that next generation. And so to save the kids and what we're doing here is so beautiful, and I'm so grateful to be a part of it.
Could you elaborate more on like what your experience was running for presidency and what you learned from it and probably what you wish you could have avoided?
I don't wish I could have avoided anything because I enjoyed the whole process. I ran for president, had no money, and just had a lot of faith. I had to do a lot of reading, understanding about the FEC laws, because in my heart, I believed I was going to win. I just knew I was going to win. I did get about 17 votes that I can actually verify because I was a write-in candidate, but I learned the process. You know, I had joined the Libertarian Party, did several debates, and it was a learning curve for me. You know, like now I understand the difference between a politician and a statesman. Frederick Douglass was a statesman. He cared about what was right, not what was popular. You know, statesmen care about the next generation, not the next election. So I just began to learn, and it brought me into a whole concept of history and really looking towards to say, who is the most inspiring president to me? It was Jimmy Carter. That dude is 96 years old, still out here serving the people. I just love his story. So he's an inspiration to me. But running, I went to Iowa, I went to South Carolina, I went to California, and really the most of my campaign, I was with a paintbrush, so we didn't wind up getting evicted. So I was working and doing the best I could, you know, filing lawsuits against the city, my hometown. I filed a suit against the governor, and just learning. It was a learning curve. And now I'm not saying I've graduated, but I'm in a higher class now. I'm in a higher class now to really recognize the people created the government. The government didn't create the people. We hold the power, and we're taking our power back. We're taking our power back.
I appreciate you reiterating the fact that this is personal to us because it's our family's lives, it's our neighbors' lives, it's everybody near and dear to us, and it's our lives at stake here. And I think that's something that politicians sometimes forget because it's not personal to them. It's just something
Correct.
that they're planning, or it's just something that they want to do. It's a career for them, whereas
Correct.
it's our lives, right? So thank you for reiterating that. I do want to open up the Q&A for anybody that has anything to say to Andy, please. I know Gina here had a comment. She said, yes, Andy, the 13th is also a dope documentary that clearly explains why justice needs to be transformative and not reformative. Colonizers used Reformation to continue slavery, which has never really ever been abolished, which is true. Lucas, do you have anything else to add on?
Yeah, thank you so much for elaborating on COINTELPRO and kind of like activism in a generation. It's kind of like we don't know what's going forward, and we're also, a lot of folks don't look at, you know, history and how the structure connotations has formed built by built and how it's changed and everything. I always feel sometimes that because I read so much on so many different social movements throughout history and try to, you know, gain a little bit and try to, like, you know, try them here, try them there. And I always run into the same problem, either that I have to kind of be vigilant and try to be like the collective memory of things, or number two, like say, hey, you know, this is just like such and such a year. This is what happened in such and such a country, and we can learn from it. But people always say, well, that was then, this is now, this is reality, Lucas. This is not a, you know, this isn't a history lesson. This isn't the 60s or 70s or anything. But quickly, can you kind of give a gotcha answer, if it's possible, to like kind of refute that age-old like argument of like, well, now we have to think of real things. Now we have to, you know, now we have to like, almost play grown-up politics now and vote for sensible politicians and everything, and not argue for a healthier society?
So the quick answer is we're the descendants. So, like I said, the 60s, Brother Shaka Shakur and a lot of these brothers, I'm in contact with them, helping them with their petitions for habeas. So it's not a history lesson. It is the reality. And what history does is always repeats itself all the time. And I can't think of the guy's name right now. I wish I could think of his name. But he said that our generation today, we have a chance for those that are believers to start back at the Garden of Eden before Adam fell. Our generation today has a chance to start back at when the founding fathers got here to the United States. We don't gotta figure it out no more. There's enough history that said this worked, this didn't work, this worked, this didn't work. And my quick answer is, look, we can implement what we see. We can implement what we desire. I could never be the change that I was looking for outside until I became the change inside. And when people start trying to, oh, this not gonna work, I kindly say thank you. And find something else we can talk about that we have in common or in the conversation. Because I'm not gonna waste time trying to teach somebody that's already, got that, they're blocked, like they just won't hear it. So we just gotta keep moving and keep trucking on.
Thank you, Lucas, for bringing that up. I think we do encounter a lot of individuals who are in a privileged place to dismiss what's going on in predominantly Black and Hispanic communities. I know I usually have that conversation of, well, why do you have to make everything about race? And it's like, this country was founded upon race.
Right.
And it's like, it wasn't me, it was your founders, right? Or supposed founders, whatever.
Right. I like that. Supposed founders, right.
And it's just like, this is why we have these conversations. And it's like, if you're not willing to be educated, then that's on you. But somebody out there needs to know this and is willing to teach others. And I love the conversations we're having. Thank you so much, Andy, for being a part of this and taking your time out. Yes.
No, I just want to say that in the 2020 election, it was $14 billion that was spent. $14 billion. Do you know what we could have did with $4 billion in the hood? Bring it to the barrios, bring it to the ghettos, and see if we don't turn that around.
We know how to stretch our money, so it could have gone a long way.
We know how to juggle. We that's something we've been real good at, making something out of nothing. As they say, robbing Peter to pay Paul. So give us some breathing room and watch how we will straighten out our communities. And that's what we're a part of here. That's the family that I feel like we can use all our strengths and come together and learn from each other. I learned stuff today. So we're always learning and loving. Well, at least I am. I'm learning and loving. So I love all y'all.
It's very mutual. Thank you so much, Annie. I appreciate your time. I will be presenting our next speaker now. Next up, okay, I just want to say that right next to her name on the schedule, I love this, so I just have to say it. It's I can't remember anything because I was in B prison for a couple decades and it ate my brain. I just absolutely love that. Let me introduce her. Let me see. Her name on here is Catherine Tchuk. Please correct me if I'm saying that incorrectly. Let me add you. Let's see. Hopefully. There we are. Hello, Catherine. How are you?
Hi.
How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. As I'm reading your biography right now, I'm seeing that you did 22 years of lived experience in the prison system. And just based off of that, I know this is going to be good. So I'm excited. And then please
you.
educate me on how to say your last name.
Tkachuk.
Tkachuk. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
No problem. No
I
problem.
will leave it up to you now.
Thank you. Thanks, Cynthia. I am just thrilled to be here. Thank you very much for having me. Okay. I want to start out by saying 22 years in 3 different federal prisons in Canada. So it's been a trip, I'll tell you that for sure. And what I want to speak on today is the carceral continuum, and defining exactly what is carceral, like, okay, let me go through here because I've got a thing I want to say to y'all. Okay, so what it is prison follows you. When you leave prison, and I left 6 months ago and I wasn't released, I wasn't magically sprung from prison. I earned it and went in front of the board, the parole board, and talked to them in a way where they felt safe and used public safety to let me out. So this is stuff that's literally following me. It's following my cohorts. It's following, people that are coming out of prison that I associate with on a daily basis. And so it really seems to be a pattern. I talk to people all over the country who've been incarcerated 10, 15 years ago, and they're still dealing with the carceral continuum. People with PhDs, people who've moved on in their lives. So what the carceral continuum is a theory and a reality that is a symptom of colonial capitalism, and it collects less thans and those who are discarded and marginalized by the system. Okay, so the carceral includes diverse spectrum of institutions. So prisons, hospitals, marginalized neighborhoods, such as I work on the downtown east side in Vancouver, BC, in Canada. And that in itself is carceral because the system in the country collects the less thans there. People come down, they're addicted, they have no community except for down there. They fit in down there. Everybody who is down there is part of this system that's supposed to be helping them. Okay, resources are coming from different directions, but the resources are actually keeping them incarcerated downtown, because where else do they get the resources? It's not like they can go to North Vancouver or, Chilliwack, way out in different directions, and find resources for their particular issues. So that collects everybody in one neighborhood. Okay, so how is that broken? How is that taken apart? How is that disrupted? I heard people today, Cynthia, talking about education. Education, I think, is the key, and education and support that is away from the systems of government. It's away from these groups that come in and they work for the government, and we're workers for this and workers for that, and away from the people who contain the people who have been contained and contained and contained all the way down the spectrum. Coming from prison, the carceral continuum, it literally leads a road to sometimes the downtown east side, sometimes other places in different provinces and different cities that have these like integrated neighborhoods that the people seem to have no hope. People come out of prison, and if you don't have support, if you don't have somebody that's going to help you, you are done. You're set up for failure. I'm sitting in a halfway house. I'm coming to you from a halfway house in New Westminster, BC. And in our halfway house, we get $28 a week to do stuff with. Yes, there's no rent. Yes, there's no power. Yes, there's no bills I'm talking about. Yes, there's no food bills and such, but $28. If you can't go out and find a job, if you can't go out and find some sort of income, you're living with the $28. Now, The carceral continuum states that when you come out and you're looking for a job, that prison follows you. Your name follows you. You have something that people can Google and see who you are, but it's not even who you are, it's what you've done. So that gets also included in this continuum that has come out from prison that follows you left, right, and center. So I'm a dog trainer as well. I got a job here, and I had just got a full-time position that morning. They said, oh, come in on the mornings. It's going to be great. Oh my gosh, I forgot to start my timer. Somebody let me know when it gets close. Okay. Anyway, I had just gotten a morning shift, and that afternoon, my boss told me, would you please, let's do FaceTime. Now, in this interview, I had fully disclosed my history, but I still knew, and I was like, oh, I just know what this is. And apparently somebody had Googled, somebody had complained, and I was fired because of my past. So the carceral is a system of correctional abuse, really. The notion that someone needs to be changed or corrected in order to belong to a society from which those are caught up in its jaws, and they somehow need healing for who they are. But at the same time, that sort of containment is re-traumatizing. You're being reminded that you're less than still. And you always will be, because you need correction. You need supervision. You need someone to tell you how to be, to be a productive member of society. Up here, Canada, they call it pro-social. All right. You want to be a pro-social member of society. And that's our goal, And I remember one time, more than one time in prison, when you push down and push down and push down and push down by that system, and you're just about ready to give up. You're looking at that blade. You're looking at that $1 Million Baby ending. That movie when the lady bites her tongue off to try and commit suicide. You're looking at these kind of things. You're so close, and it comes to you. You're not going to take the fire out of my eyes. I am not going to take this. And you get out and you're still doing the same thing. I remember being on the train thinking, what am I doing? Like I'm wanting to jump in front of this train because I have no more community. My prison community is gone. I'm institutionalized. All my people are inside. I've built a family, and now I'm out here alone without those guys, except for I have amazing support from my family who lives provinces and provinces away, but I'm being taken care of by, different groups in our community, abolitionists. People are going to come in and let me know that I'm okay. There's nothing wrong with me. The first person who said that to me, I cried and cried and cried and cried. There's nothing wrong with me. What are you talking about? So one of these, well, actually, I'm going to talk about 3 of these groups that I belong to. And one of them is Walls to Bridges, which is an organization. I'm the BC coordinator for Walls to Bridges collective. So what that is we are working to get education into prisons. So university education, college education. I took 2 courses in there. And it changed my life. I felt like when I got my life sentence, because now I'm on parole for the rest of my life. When I got my life sentence, I just felt like, what am I going to do? This is never going to end. And then it ended really quickly. And so at the end of my sentence, I thought, I've had 2 courses from this amazing Walls to Bridges community, right? We're doing an impact evaluation now, trying to figure out how impacted people are in prison with education. And I'm sorry, I'm just talking about my own self here, but I'm also talking about experiences that are similar to other people's experience, right? So with Walls to Bridges, I remember them coming in. I was sitting at about year 19 or so inside. And by that point, I was like, oh my gosh, okay, so I'm older. And that my title, I can't remember anything because my brain is stagnated. How am I going to take this course? You know, my friend, Volin told me you're in the course, you got to write the letter, you have to do the application and try, you can do this. So I decided I was going to try, right? And believe me, this leads to more carceral continuum in a minute. So I decided I was going to try, and I was prepared and still prepared at 19 years. I wasn't going to put in for parole because as a lifer in this country, you have to put in for parole and then go in front of the parole board, right? I wasn't going to do that. I didn't have to. I'm a lifer. I was just going to stay in and die in jail. And I was perfectly content with that, So I thought, okay, well, I'm actually going to try. And I put the letter in and I was accepted into this course. Now, Walls to Bridges, you have 8 inside students from inside the prison and 8 outside students come in too. It's amazing. Okay. So you are getting the best of like both worlds, because you get to learn from these people that are coming in. And this is a world that just blows your mind. You have no idea what's going on. They say that they learned from us, and I never considered that. I was so scared to go in front of these people who were, we call them civilians. I was so scared to go in front of them because I didn't want to scare them. People are going to come in and I didn't want to scare them because the last time I was in the community, I was a pariah, and I still had that opinion of myself and had been reinforced over years and years and years. So I was scared I was going to scare them. Anyways, so they came in and we started talking and my opinion was valued, and I had this fine little point of light where I thought, like, it was way far away, but I was getting A's in my course, human geography, fascinating. And I thought, you know what, maybe, just maybe, like, it's crazy to look out and see that little pinhole of light and see, you know what, I'm going to put in for parole. I do not want to die in here right now, So anyways, I came to the classes, I got my A's, I put in for parole, and now I'm out. And believe me, it didn't happen that easily. There was a lot of emotions around that because I didn't want to leave. Again, I'm institutionalized. I didn't want to leave. I did want to leave. I was scared to leave and scared to stay, so dialectical in my brain at that time. So when I came out, I had the Walls to Bridges people pick me up at the prison. They picked me up, because my family's so far away. We went and we got a phone, which I don't advise to anybody when they're first coming out of prison, okay? Because I was stressed out to the max. There's a lot of people in that mall, So, and I thought that they could see me, right? I thought that they could tell that I was on parole. I thought that they could tell what I'd done in my past because I'd been experiencing for years. Oh, here comes Kathy, she's in for murder. And people just know, they look at you and associate with your crime, right? Especially if it was a high profile thing. So that was part of the continuum, right? Getting my phone was stressful. Like, it was just crazy. There was people everywhere. And so many women, well, obviously, and men suffer the same afflictions. So now, sleep disruptions. We still, in our halfway houses, have people coming and checking on us every 2 hours. I haven't had a sleep disruption for 22 and a half years at this point, So I still believe change is possible, and I hope to contribute to this change, like through Walls to Bridges, through joint effort. They're working on pen packs. Now, a pen pack is something that in Canada, when you go into prison, you can have a box. Actually, I think it's 3 boxes, and you can have stuff in it like your clothes and, your clock radio and your fan and all that kind of thing. But if you don't have anybody to bring that to you, you don't get anything. You get the prison issue, sweats and crappy shoes and stuff like that. So joint effort does pen packs. We get donations from the community, and they put together pen packs for people and send them in, just a comfy house coat, just some fuzzy socks, something that you don't get in there, like a little creature comforts, right? Joint effort also does out packs for people coming out. And there again is that they're just trying to disrupt the carceral continuum. Walster Bridges is trying to disrupt the carceral continuum. Penn is trying to disrupt the carceral continuum because they are trying to help ex-cons, parolees, people with lived experience get into the community without the system of government being what we depend on. We come out, we look around and we figure, okay, here we go. If without this support, it wouldn't have been possible. So back to the carceral continuum. Okay, according to Foucault, the carceral continuum consists of a network of institutions that arose alongside capitalism in Europe in the 1700s. Okay, so I mean, that's a long time of colonialism, which I know you guys all know. I think the carceral is anything that takes away your freedoms, empowerment, and identity. The carceral also includes the effect the institutional systems have on a person, the impact that someone feels and carries with them after being released from, say, an enclosed space or a situation where they've had their empowerment taken away, and again, their identity stolen. Who am I? I knew who I was in there. That was set in stone. I could do prison. I come out here and it's like, who am I? I don't know. This is something we all have to figure out. And at the same time, you've still got the system trying to tell you who you are, because you got to do programs that are mandatory. You have to do things with parole officers. You have to do things with your jobs. Like, do you disclose or don't you disclose? And don't disclose, somebody's going to Google you, and then what? Then you're a big liar. Name changes. How many of us have name changes? And sometimes you don't even get to choose your name. I had to go back to my birth certificate name because that was the only ID I had when I came out of prison, other than my parole card. And they really don't take that to open up bank accounts or get healthcare, right? So then we're talking about necroeconomics, macro and necro, or bio and necroeconomics is like a person comes out of jail, a person comes out of prison, how do they get covered for healthcare? And yeah, we have, universal healthcare here, but if you have a disability, you have a back injury, you have something where you have to have physio, you have to have acupuncture, whatever. Okay, we're not covered for that. So we fall into the necroeconomics sector coming out of prison, down on the downtown Lower East Side, in the SROs. When people go to the hospital, it's the end of the line for their whatever infection or whatever abscess or whatever sickness they have, because they don't have the money to pay for even the medications, even the therapies, even the things that they would need to give a quality of life. Never mind the addictions, never mind I mean, during COVID, social distancing didn't exist down there. We do harm reduction. We hand out a lot of needles, we hand out a lot of those things, pipes and such. And that's it. Like there was everybody was all over, everybody, because they, we, and I want to say we, because I was included in that at one time. These are my people, I lived with my people, for years and years and years and years. And they're not getting what they need, So when you look at the bio necroeconomics and you see on TV somebody's going for their physiotherapy after their surgery, or they have some sort of documentary regarding what kind of healthcare is best for somebody for this ailment, that's not available to us, and that is also the carceral continuum. So somebody get Cynthia, can you tell me how much time I have left, please? Because I don't know where I'm at.
Yes, so you have about 4 minutes and then we have another 10 for Q&A. So you are more than welcome to continue speaking if you'd like.
Thank you. I just carry on like nobody's business.
Please do. I'm all ears.
Thank you very much. Okay, 4 minutes. Let's put this over here. All right. Woo. Okay, I got it. When you're coming out of prison, you're also with the continuum pathologized. You know, people are studying you. People are looking for things that may be different or deviant or what have you in a person who is just trying to survive. You know, I unsanctioned sex is a thing. This is part of the continuum. You know, who are you going to sleep with? We have to do a community assessment on them. We have to tell them, did you fully disclose who you are? Who is this person? Where are you going with them? You know, we don't have them on your contact list. We have to talk to them, you know? That is so intrusive and debasing. And again, another part, right? Do you imagine going up to somebody that you really like, and you may have disclosed that you know you did what you did? I personally would and do right away, because it weeds out all the people that you know I don't want to be around anyway. But could you imagine being like I'm 55. All right, going in to see your parole officer and saying, hey, I'm thinking of having sex, you know, so let's put his name down. Let's put her name down, right? You know, I'm thinking of having sex with more than one person. Oh my God, why are you doing that? That's not the social norm, you know, you know. I was asked at my parole hearing, are you bi? Right? Because you've had, you know, men and women as issues. I have to report, oh my gosh, this is a common condition. You have to report all intimate relationships to your parole officer. So this continuum is everywhere, everywhere. It's social segregation as well. You know, my friends are my friends from prison. They're my family. My other friends are amazing people from, and they're trying to equalize us, right? You know, from joint effort, from walls to bridges, from they're trying to disrupt the stigma. And I love that so much. I love being a part of it, you know. And I hear what you were saying about Maslow's hierarchy of needs in Norway. It is just such an incredible concept, you know, because people get out feeling human. And here it's a little different. And from what I understand and have researched, you know exactly what I'm talking about down in the United States. Anyway, there's so much more I could say. I'm carrying on through this paper I'm doing with a friend, but I think maybe that it would be cool if you guys have any questions, and maybe I could speak to what y'all want to know. Okay. Thank you so much for having me. This was like amazing. I had you know, it's just so cool to be here. Right. I'm just, yeah, I'm happy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I just have a couple things. So we have in the States, the reintegration prisoner conference call, and we have guest speakers. Would you be ever interested in doing that possibly?
Absolutely,
right
Lucas.
on.
Just email me and I'm yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Two other things. Can you talk about the walls to bridges, and as well as the friction you have on, or how to do it for folks that are incarcerated, trying to get like their PhDs or higher institutions? Because I know I'm with a group called Convict Criminology that has like mentors that all the way through the process of bachelor's, grad, PhD, postdoc or whatever. Can you kind of describe a little bit of those things?
Absolutely. I know of one really amazing person who did school all through her 10-year sentence. Okay. She was able to do school because she had the resources to be in school, you know? So, like, if you don't have the resources to be in school in Canada, you don't get that education. You know, I could have had a few PhDs in 20 years if they spent the money on education as opposed to, you know, containment, you know, and that's just a pipe dream, but that's what abolition's all about, right? I don't think abolition's a pipe dream. I just think, you know, education while you're inside, especially post-secondary stuff is really difficult. Walls to Bridges, they've been getting uh courses, university courses into prisons for 10 years now. Ontario has a really solidified Walls to Bridges group and collective, and inside students, outside students, and they are fantastic. Now, COVID, of course, has killed off all of this because there's no visitors allowed in the prison, right? Also, the logistics of getting into prisons for a Walls to Bridges course is very difficult. You know, very difficult with the prison sanctions and such. However, we got the Walls to Bridges courses in BC starting, I think, 4 years ago, and we've had 3 courses inside, 2 that I've taken. But there was a pilot course and then 2 others, and they're fantastic. They give people life. I literally would not be out today without Walls to Bridges, literally. Yeah, they're an amazing group. We have Walls to Bridges in Edmonton, Alberta. We have them in Winnipeg, Manitoba. So we're just trying to spread our the knowledge of our group and have people like, what can we do, and get ideas. And we have training for instructors, and we use a circle pedagogy, which is so amazing because everybody's stuff goes in the circle and it equalizes inside students, outside students, instructors, TAs. Everybody is equalized and normalized. And that's a huge disruption because it also continues on the outside with our collectives. And I love that. You know, like I saw a meme the other day. When you were talking about the meme, I saw a meme the other day that says, no one will give you the education that you need to overthrow them. You know, you got to work for that. So inside courses are amazing, and we're just working on getting more. You know, we're working on sharing, and yeah, it's just getting more interest. You know, so we can have that disruption. Yeah, it's radical, and I love that.
Thank you for elaborating on that. There's a couple comments and questions here that I want to
Sure.
So Azura said, my husband was just released from prison to a halfway house. We are having such a hard time finding a home for him to be released from the halfway house. They won't let him come home to Texas until June, but would release him from the halfway house in March. If only we had a place. It's awful. This, I have been in a similar situation. This is so stressful. A very dear friend of mine, he came out of prison, and like, it was just, where do we go from here? Because he couldn't go to Texas as well. And it was like, we had to do Airbnbs and hotels, and like, that just adds up. It's so much money, and people just don't think about that. And it's just so frustrating. And it kind of like just puts your life on pause, because it's like, well, you don't really want to start a job because this isn't where you want to stay, you know, depending on the time that they let you go back. And then it's like, well, where do you go from here?
Yeah.
And it's just really, really frustrating. Daniela said, thank you so much for talking about your experiences. I am inhaling your embodied wisdom.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, you guys, I love all your feedback.
And then
Yeah.
she also has a question for you. And she said,
Sure.
where do you go next? Will you
Mm.
be infecting with your extremely powerful and important voice? What are your plans?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I just started school, right? And I'm introductory to sociology and philosophy. So what I want to do is teach. And that's where I want to go next. Also, just to be a voice out there for hope for people, like, yeah, that's okay. So even physically after the halfway house, who knows? I have to find somewhere to live in Vancouver on my small little salary and try and survive, right? Because I have a restriction. I can't go back to Alberta. That province is kicked in for me, right? So I'm out here. Not that I love it here. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's amazing, but this is super expensive. So I'm hearing what you guys are saying, and physically next, I have till May 2023 to figure it out, right? Because I'm in the halfway house, and then hopefully I'll get full parole. And then I have to find my own place, right? So I have no idea what to say, and no even suggestions, because I've seen it myself with people who come out of the halfway houses and have nowhere to go. Like Airbnbs, it's an option, but it's not if you don't have the capital, right? So I really want to be a voice. I really want to teach younger people, that it's okay, that we're okay. We're not monsters. We're not coming out with, intentions to hurt, we're not coming out with problematic behaviors that need to be corrected, and when it comes to addictions and things like this, like I forget who was talking about victimless crimes, and so many addicts, right? So, and people are scared of addicts, and people are scared of inmates, and people are scared of anybody who's like included in the carceral continuum, regardless of what we did or didn't do, right? So yeah, as far as that, as what's next is, yeah, I want to speak, I want to teach, and I want to finish school, and I want to train dogs because I love them. And I'm still trying to expand and educate for the Walls to Bridges community as well. Yeah.
Just to follow up on what you said, one thing I really, really loved that you shared and reiterated was that prison follows you. I feel like people think, oh, well, you go in and you do the time and then you come out and it's like back to normal. But
Yeah.
that's not necessarily true. It's like prison can also decide your fate on where you live, where you can work, who you can associate with, how you carry yourself mentally, physically, and emotionally for the rest of your life, depending on your experience. And I think like this is so important for people to understand and have patience with those who are trying to reintegrate back into society. I know a lot of the times when you think about, well, who can you associate with? Well, it's like, depending where you're from, it's like, well, dang, half of my family I can't talk to, or like,
Yeah.
so like, where do we go from there? Or like, where can I live when this is all, or like, where can I live when this is all I know? So yeah, it's a trying battle to say the least. And I think part of that is how you mentioned like the social segregation. I think it's put into place for a reason. And I just don't like how it's always us versus them. Like, why can't we all just figure it out together? Right. I feel
Yeah.
like the world would work a lot smoother if that was the case in all aspects.
Could you imagine? I know. And I forgot to mention, like you were just saying, and you triggered a memory. People's families. You literally, some people can't go back to their families. Like, oh, it's crazy because they are not supportive, socially acceptable, pro-social, all those buzzwords, right? Yeah. yeah, so yeah.
Very unfortunate. And I just look forward to seeing the change that we can do in the future and today. And hopefully we can get rid of all of that.
That'd be just so amazing.
One day at a time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're working.
Awesome. Well, thank you so, so much for being here with us and educating us and your experience and just how it is overall. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you.
You have a great day. Thank you.
You too. Bye.
Our next awesome speaker is Daniela Joke on this awesome conference sponsored by Salt Lake Community College and so many people. Daniel is an awesome assistant professor for sociology and criminal justice at the University of Akron. They're going to talk about transformative justice through experimental learning, lessons learned from pen paling project with incarcerated individuals. Oh, I'm muted.
Sorry. Thank you for this very kind introduction. I am sitting here so deeply moved and so humbled by this conference. And I'm coming way less as an awesome scholar of something, but really I realize I'm coming as a learner. I am really very grateful that I can learn from you and gain knowledge. And I hope I can stay connected with this community because the dots are only starting to connect for me. So let me, Donna Haraway, situate my knowledge. I am a first-generation student from the Austrian countryside. I came to the US when I was in the beginning of my 30s. I've never been incarcerated. But I'm deeply involved with addiction since I was a child, and I'm also a recovered alcoholic and addict. And I have, in that sense, basically, I have committed crimes, but I have never landed in prison for it. Also, I was in a different national context. And we all are criminals, right? As Michelle Alexander says. I am a feminist sociologist. I'm working for a criminal justice department and often feel out of place, but that's where the jobs now are, yeah, in criminal justice. And I said the dots are just starting to connect for me, how I can basically embrace an Angela Davis and how I can bring feminist sociology into the criminal justice context. My research area is gardening in corrections. I started a gardening project and still I'm volunteering, bringing gardening lessons into carceral context specifically for women. What I want to talk about here today is my teaching. So I'm not offering you any theoretical advances in transformative justice. Maybe you can help me contextualize what I'm doing only through the help of activists, I have to say, in the abolitionist movement. I'm gonna share a little bit about the development of an online service learning project for prisoner support through pen paling. I share a little bit how I structured the assignments, the process. I want to share what an impact that made on my students, and I'm fully aware this is basically, it's not really comparable to a program like Walls to Bridges, and I've like inhaled Shoshana Pollack's work on it that she co-developed with you, probably, Kathy, or an Inside Out program, yeah. And I'm asking you for help. I'm taking your critique, I'm taking your input, how to go from there. And here's how it started. Started on Twitter. I say Azzurra Crespino. It started on Twitter. I have a Twitter account. I never am on Twitter, but on September 29th, 2020, I specifically went to Twitter. And I know that very clearly because I wanted to follow Twitter comments when this was the first debate between the presidential candidates, Biden and Trump. And I thought, gotta go to Twitter and see what's going on there, not knowing that today I would meet a presidential candidate. And I'm very honored and humbled. Yeah. So I was on Twitter, and Prison Abolition Prisoner Support hit me up with a personal message. It probably was the first personal message I ever got, and Azzurra started talking to me. And we connected swiftly. I think we had a phone call the next day, and basically she said, I have lists of incarcerated people who need support through letter writing. That's what we do. That's what my nonprofit does. You have students. Can we connect? I said, heck, I totally want to connect. I have criminal justice students, and I don't quite, I feel out of place. I don't know what to do with them. And the specific of my student population is that I'm on a working class campus in Akron, Ohio. It's a small post-industrial city, 250,000 people. My students work several jobs. Many of my students are already working in the correctional field and are doing continuing education stuff because they get tuition remission. Yeah, that's how they finance their school. So my department is also seen by other departments as a cop shop because basically there is this prejudice that our criminal justice departments are sort of uncritical of the system and not transformative, as they not reflect or address actively structural inequality. So great. Meeting Azzurra honestly has opened the whole universe, and she is also the person I have to credit that brought me here today. Thank you so much, Azzurra. Nothing would have happened without you. So we start talking, and we really are doing this. We are starting to develop an assignment for 40 online students where every student is being matched with incarcerated person of all genders, and Azzurra helped me develop that, and we actually had weekly check-ins throughout the first semester of this assignment where we reflected cases, and there was some sticky issues. Let me first lay out how we did, and I'm not saying that this is the only way you can do it, and there is further developments. I did this over the course of 2 semesters. I got financial support a little bit by the Excel Center. This is a service and experiential learning center on my campus. They supported the project so we could bring in Nina Gillespie, a volunteer for PAPS, who supported the logistics of the project. Because, honestly, I'm telling you honestly, I am working for the plantation, basically, the neoliberal higher education system. I'm a tenure-track professor. I'm having a 3-3 teaching load, and I'm expected to churn out research into service. That naturally, I'm not inclined to take on a whole a lot of teaching work, right? And that is also a pity. But however, jumped into this, I got some support. So the students had a very traditional textbook-oriented part in the class. That's the Revel exams, the Revel assignments and the exams. It's a traditional textbook that's not particularly progressive, yeah? But the progressive part in this class was that every student was matched randomly with an incarcerated pen pal, and they had to document and write a minimum of 4 letters for full credit over the course of the semester. In the first semester, they did reflection discussions in reflection groups. I assigned them up front in discussion groups, and they worked with their same smaller group over the course of the semester. And they also had personal reflections, individual assignments, yeah, that were graded individually. And they created a final presentation and also evaluated their peers on these final presentations where they present the topics, themes, learning process, etc. That we changed that because the reflection groups turned out to be somewhat cumbersome, and I had to adjust the assignment and also assign group leaders because you know how group work is. Some of the people don't show up, they don't do anything, they then hold others back from fully participating. So I changed the group discussions a little bit and decreased the group discussion posts so they can really focus on personal reflection posts and deeper reflection on an individual level. And the final presentation in my second class in fall was also an individual assignment as opposed to a group assignment. And how we did that logistically is that we had a master list, and by the way, I'm happy to share all those materials. They are not copyrighted. I'm happy to share everything we have created with permission of Azura and Nina, because they have also created a lot of handouts for the students. We had a master list where we had students matched with Inside Pen Pals. The Inside Pen Pals were prepared by PAPS. That was PAPS's part. The Inside Pen Pals were invited and were instructed. And in the spring assignment, the Inside Pen Pals signed agreements, general agreements on behavior. So they are agreeing not to make any romantic advances, ask the student to contact third parties, etc. In the students did not have to sign this agreement. So that was a sort of a weird discrepancy we had in the first run. In the second run, in the first run, students were instructed on behavioral guidelines for sure, but they did not have any formality to that. In the second run, we equalized it, and students also signed and took a quiz on their behavioral guidelines. And we never had an issue really with transgression. There was one issue I can talk about more in the discussion, but we basically that nothing ever happened, yeah? So issues arose, and that was quite interesting because students in their personal reflections came out and said, now some students, I think, never looked up their pen pal, and we never looked up the criminal charges, and we made that clear that this is not what it is about, that they could theoretically do it if they so choose. But the charge should only be a topic if the Inside Pen Pal brings it up or chooses for some reason to talk about this. However, some students looked up their pen pals and said, well, this is a nice person, but I feel weird that this person has a sexual assault charge, yeah? How am I dealing with this? Especially if you have sexual assault experiences, yeah? Another issue was how to talk about race and racism with the pen pals. So we brought Azura into the first run, and she freely talked about her experience, and we posted these Q&A sessions to address these processual issues. For me, this assignment, and I'm just starting to reflect this, yeah, and make sense of it, and that is very sketchy and flawed, and I'm happy for your input. For me, and that's how I sold it to my campus, This assignment was an opportunity to bring community into the classroom, and first and foremost, to acknowledge that people behind bars are people, and they are also part of our community. This is a total invisible population, and on my campus, we now want to be all community oriented, and it's about community-based learning. Nobody ever thinks about incarcerated or formerly incarcerated people as community. And that's what I wanted to push to the administrators, yeah? And also bringing in community partners as egalitarian collaborators and experts in the field. As it's clearly, I'm the instructor, that's my job, that's what I'm getting paid for, I'm responsible for this class, yeah? And I'm responsible for grading the assignments and the administration. But I did my best to bring in Atsura and Nina as experts. They also were added to the class learning management system, and their presence added so much value to the classroom, yeah? And that's a sticky issue though, that's also a challenge because, for example, Nina is very open about getting emails from students and asks students to send her emails and communicate directly with her. That is a fine line because she didn't get paid a whole lot, yeah, for her gig in this class. So a fine line between, for me to think about, am I exploiting community partners' work and I cannot remunerate them appropriately. Adding them to the online learning system was a challenge because of privacy issues, but there is settings your digital learning team on campus can probably activate. That was the case for me, where the community partners can see all the discussions. They can also post equally, but they cannot see the grades, which would be a HIPAA violation. And funds are an issue because this is a one-time deal, and I'm still struggling with how to make this sustainable, or how to even generate more and appropriate funds for a community partner like PAPS, yeah, who has administered the emails. And why I did not tell you why PAPS was so important is that we gave our students the opportunity to remain confidential. So not to give out that they could use a pen name. They never had to say, they did in the first run, they did not have to establish their own JPay accounts. And if they didn't want to, they could choose to do so. But they could send letters. And Nina basically was a middle person who forwarded letters to the incarcerated pen pal and sent the letters back to the student. In the second run, we simplified this a little bit, and most of the students had their own JPay accounts and communicated independently. So what did this do for the students? And Atsura and I have an IRB on the reflection posts of the students, and we will be analyzing those more systematically. I give you just a first glimpse of what happened in this classroom. I had overwhelmingly amazing and very moving feedback from students. And I ran into some issues first. There were several students, even though I prepared the students up front, even more so in the second class, I sent them an email two weeks before class started and said, people, this is what's gonna happen in this class. You're going to be matched with an incarcerated pen pal. It's an experiential learning project. If you're not comfortable with that, you need to go to another section, yeah? Students knew that this was coming, and still there was some resistance. For example, in my first class, I had a correctional officer who clearly said he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't care. And you can get through the class with a D- if you don't do this at all, yeah? He talks to enough prisoners, he said, all day long. He really has no inclination to do this. That was hard. But things, I mean, with Atsura, I talked that through. I met this student face to face, and I can report to you that he is in another class this semester with me and is transformed in some sort of way. He completely, he ended up taking this opportunity and ended up having a pen pal he thought was very cool and he could connect with on a completely different level. That was not a level characterized by work hierarchy, that he could get insights from in an anonymous fashion because he was really worried about confidentiality and if people find out he's a CO. Yeah, he's back in my class and he is a lot more open, even though it got me to reflect as a feminist teacher. It's basically, you have this situation where white males are taking up a lot of your time again, right? Where I have to sit down with them more and have to spend more thinking time on how to accommodate or reel them in. But that's as an aside. So what that assignment did across the board is that really dozens of students wrote to me how incarcerated individuals to them have been humanized, even though, and that is representative of the US population. About half of my students, I asked them in the first week, have you been exposed to incarceration? In individual reflection posts, half of them have been exposed to incarceration because that's America, right? They had a family member or a friend that was incarcerated, but you don't want to really touch that, yeah? They never really talked to anyone incarcerated. Most of them didn't. But here, I get you some student responses. They are thankful that they, even though many of them are resistant, all of them basically said they are thankful that they have been part of this assignment, that they connected with a real person with feelings and mind, yeah, that they see this is a person behind bars and they have likes and moods, and we share interests potentially, yeah, we share themes we wanna talk about. And here, this first student, many students also opt to continue to write to their pen pal. This student says, I hope that I soon am gonna be able to refer to this man as a friend. And I'm telling you in a minute, this also happened, yeah, that people become basically friends. I was shocked to discover how much we have in common. And it is this building of relationships, and that came up in the conference already, right? We need relationships and relationship work to address also structural inequality. It would be healthy for everyone to pen pal with the prisoners. So this humanizing and relationship building is happening. And maybe I tell you just right now, I just ran into a student yesterday. So it happened once in my first class that a female student and an incarcerated person I had started to write to connected more deeply, and I ended up visiting the Hassan in prison. It also happened in the second class that a student now has written 80 letters with his pen pal, and after the class was over, he decided to travel to Buffalo, New York from Ohio to visit his friend. I just ran into this student yesterday and he's still writing, and they are really in a close relationship. I think even though this is only a teaching assignment, that we can plant transformative justice seeds, probably even more so if I amp up the assignment and accompany with more theoretical framing, because we are teaching people to not make assumptions, to transgress their prejudice, and to get to gently, overcome ignorance and prejudice. And look at this. I mean, I have correctional officers in my classes, and I have, of course, people who want to do criminal justice professions. And here the student says, as a future police officer, it is important for me to recall this experience as I work with people that I will be addressing on the street. Each person has a story, and each story is important. So I think it is a cool place to plant transformative justice seeds and to humanize so-called criminals very early before these students become criminal justice professionals. So my thinking about corrections has changed, and I'm able to think more critically about the ethics of the criminal justice system. And it's so important that they don't learn this from me or from an article, but students learn this through relationships, yeah, and through their own reflection, because that is, I think, what sticks. And finally, maybe we even can teach abolition through experience in some way, because students in my classes, this is an introductory class, they are still in a vocational self-finding process, right? They don't know what to do. And the student says, well, I always wanted to work in the criminal justice field. And I had several other posts like this. I thought I'm going to be working in corrections, but then through this pen paling project, students say, this is really nothing for me. Yeah? I'm not cut out for corrections, and I don't want to be part of corrections that work in this way. I want to pursue something different, yeah, to help people get out of corrections, basically. So that's where I would make it sharper, the assignment next time around. And plenty has changed in my perception of corrections. The students has developed empathy in hearing about the problems of mass incarceration, injustices in our correctional system, and realized that there needs to be a great deal of change. These people are more than statistics. And it's hard to fully realize this without interaction. Again, we have this relational aspect that is so important for learning. So coming to a close here soon, the unintended consequences. When Atsura hit me up on Twitter, it had been 10 years that I wrote to an incarcerated, that I had a JPay account, I wrote to an incarcerated friend 10 years ago. I had zero experience. I'm an Austrian. I've lived in Austria after my graduation. I really have not a huge training in criminal justice. I have a training in deviance, but not necessarily in criminology. I thought, as a co-learning experience, I want to start writing a couple incarcerated people too. So to experience, yeah, co-learning with my Siddiq Abdullah Hassan. He's incarcerated 1 hour from me in Youngstown, Ohio. He's on death row. He's one of the Lucasville Five. He's on death row for being a lead, being made responsible for the death of a correctional officer in the wake of the Lucasville prison uprising in 1993, one of the largest prison riots in US history, certainly the largest in Ohio. I started writing to Hassan. I want to say we became friends over the last 1.5 years, and I've brought a student to Hassan. We have connected. Students are visiting, as I told you before, not quite in order. I have another student visiting with a pen pal, and one flower out of this pen paling project is that only yesterday I had a really large online event that featured a live call from Hassan, who called into this event. We showed a documentary, a very amazing documentary, by the way, that is freely available on YouTube. It's called The Great Incarcerator 2, The Shadow of Lucasville, by the filmmaker D. Jones. It's a 2013 piece. I think the documentary, it's the most comprehensive film I know about the Lucasville prison uprising, and makes a similar argument also by the same filmmaker. The Great Incarcerator Part 1 is basically making the argument of the documentary 13th, just a few years earlier and with no budget, as T. Jones yesterday explained. So yesterday there was this huge event of 94 people. I've never had a large virtual event like this, from all walks of life and from the community, where we showed the documentary and Hassan called in. And for a Q&A with the students. It was really interesting on a side note, because I had a former warden and employee of the Ohio Department of Corrections, also present in the event, who spoke up and controversially spoke up, yeah, and said, no, the convictions of the Lucasville riot are justified. And there was a really educational discussion that developed between Hassan D. Jones and this former correctional DOC employee, and that really modeled, I think, for students a respectful discussion where these questions could be addressed. And Hassan, in fact, gets an evidentiary hearing next year. So his conviction is not at all proven to be justified. Okay, I am at the end. What comes next? We have an IRB approved for more systematic research. I would like to do more research and more pen paling in classrooms, but I'm really looking for money to finance that, not for me, but for my community partner PAPs. And I take any suggestions you may have.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Daniela. It was just so informative. And one thing I really just want to touch bases with you is just really thanking you for taking the time out and including it in your work to humanize incarcerated individuals. I think our society sometimes categorizes them just as thugs or animals or just as a number in the system. And then society forgets that these are people with feelings, with families, just as you and I, right? So thank you so much for putting that into your work. If anybody has any questions or comments, now is the time.
And I mean, really full credits to Azzurra Crispino and her team, because she was my teacher and mentor, and you are my teachers and mentors now, as I'm an apprentice in transformative justice work.
I think this is just like, it shows us that it takes a village, right? All over, no matter where you are, we can always all come together, thankfully now to technology, and teach each other and learn from one another. But it seems like we are good to go. Thank you so much, Daniela. You have a great day. I appreciate you being here with us today. Okay, so next up we have Yulia Gilich. I hope I'm not butchering that. They are a media scholar, artist, and community organizer. They are a PhD candidate in the Department of Film and Digital Media at UC Santa Cruz. And I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you so much for being here today.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. I am really honored to be a part of this conversation. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, so I will be talking today about this thing that I call humane washing of Israel's human and animal rights abuses. And in this talk, I think about violence and carcerality through the figure of non-human animals. So I'm a Jewish immigrant, but in the US, I'm a white settler talking to you from the Ohlone lands. I am a vegan and I'm an abolitionist, and my work primarily concerns the liberation of Palestine. Yet I see all these struggles as connected, and not purely on a theoretical level as an academic would view it, but on the ground. As the part of connected struggles that are fighting the same power and the same system that is responsible for the oppression and that necessitates all these struggles in the first place. So I feel cautious speaking about struggles of others. So I'm trying to frame this conversation rather about the ways in which violence and carcerality is unleashed on both non-human animals and on Palestinians. And I'm gonna try to make a connection of how this analysis and these struggles can help and illuminate ways in which they are connected to struggles for abolition in the US and beyond. So why do animals matter in the conversation about Israel-Palestine? And how does abolition come into this conversation? So I argue that there is an insidious way that carceral states hide state violence behind the facade of animal welfare. And so I demonstrate that Israel is one of those states, and it promotes an appearance of being an animal welfare champion. And that's the tactic that I call humane washing. And what humane washing does is two things. One, it distracts the public from Israel's human and animal rights abuses. And two, it portrays Palestinians as being especially cruel to animals. It conjures the racialized stereotype of Palestinian cruelty. And that's a reverse tactic that I call inhumane washing. But so I argue that by enrolling non-human animals into the state narrative, Israel constructs the idea of Palestinian criminality and Palestinian deservedness of punishment. So this project and this idea is a racial project, and it constructs race as a metric of animality. And as Claire Kim argues, that process of racialization is informed by colonizers' calculation of how animal natives are, and thus how human they're not. So the way animals enter any colonial context, animals as figures that construct ideas of race enter any racialized project of colonization. So Israel is not a predominantly white country, but it was built to approximate Western Europe, to reproduce and elevate whiteness, and to serve as a bastion of Western imperialism in the Middle East. And anti-Arab racism and Islamophobia are baked into Israel's moral narrative. And I'll give you a quote. So in 2014, before waging a military excursion into the Gaza Strip that left over 2,000 Palestinians dead, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu articulated a national understanding of what drives the conflict. So he declared, "A broad moral gulf separates us from the enemies. They sanctify death, we sanctify life. They sanctify cruelty, we sanctify compassion." So through this moral distinction, Israel perpetuates this racialized claim of Palestinians' supposed embrace of violence to justify state violence against them. So I'm going to give a super quick historical look into the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In 1947, against the will of the indigenous Arab population, the United Nations voted to partition Palestine into two independent states, one Jewish and one Arab. And the following year, Israel declared independence as a Jewish nation state, despite Palestinians' rejection of the partition plan. And in response, neighboring Arab armies attacked the nascent state of Israel, resulting in a war in which Israel captured more Palestinian land that was designated to it by the original UN plan. So what Israel refers to as the War of Independence of 1948, Palestinians called the Nakba. It's Arabic for catastrophe. And during the Nakba, as the state was forming, over 500 Palestinian towns and villages were depopulated and destroyed. Over 700,000 Palestinians were expelled from their land, and thousands of Palestinians were massacred. And then another moment in history that we should know for this talk is 1967, which is a war in which Israel additionally captured the West Bank, including Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip. And those are Palestinian territories that remain under military occupation of Israel till this day. And importantly, both of them, the West Bank and Gaza, are territories that are separated from Israel by a border wall. So they are walled off. They are already separated from the rest of occupied Palestinian land. So the Israeli-Palestinian conflict unfolds not just on the ground, but in the public discourse. And Israel's government actively engages in public diplomacy designed to improve the state's reputation. And Israel has promoted its own interpretation of history, one that is often at odds with the Palestinians' account. And so Israel's dominant narrative portrays the colonization of Palestine as liberatory movement for Jewish national self-determination. And so every war that Israel has waged since is portrayed as a defensive war. And to stifle the growing criticism of its military occupation of Palestine, Israel projects an image of a compassionate nation striving for peace. And yet, to contend with the growing criticism over its treatment of Palestinians, Israel placates liberals and progressives by performatively aligning with values espoused by Western liberal democracies. So Israel's self-proclaimed status of, and it's a quote, the only democracy in the Middle East, is reliant on this perceived dichotomy between Israel that is supposed to be seen as Western and progressive and civilized, and by extension, white, and the rest of the region that is rendered Oriental, backwards, and uncivilized, and by extension, Black and brown. So Israel's advertised queer friendliness, multiculturalism, entrepreneurial success is produced as a moral antipode of Palestinians' purported homophobia, fundamentalism, and economic stagnation. So animals is just another tool and tactic that Israel public diplomacy deploys. And it should be understood as a tactic. That's why I call it humane washing. So it's painting Israel as an inherently humane nation that is somehow uniquely concerned with stopping animal cruelty. So humane washing specifically highlights Israel's achievements in the animal protection arena to present the country as the torchbearer of progress. And the purpose of this PR tactic is to invalidate any criticism leveled at the state. So after all, if Israel is indeed so compassionate towards animals, it must be compassionate towards humans as well. And we need to understand humane washing as a multifaceted affair. In the past decade, in my view, the most successful facet of it has been vegan washing, and it's appropriating individual Israelis' veganism to promote Israel's humane reputation. And arguably the most outrageous use of humane washing is to portray the Israel Defense Force as a humane institution. So Israel's military, despite its record of war crimes and human rights abuses, unironically claims to be, the most vegan army in the world. And so it uses this moniker as a PR tactic. But the problem is that the international success of Israel's humane washing campaign is evident. Countless individuals, media outlets, and even some animal advocacy organizations sing praises of the supposed vegan nation. Prominent, predominantly white North American and European vegan influencers and creators come to Israel to participate in all expense paid vegan tours. So they boost this humane washing narrative in their viral posts, affirming to their audience that Israel is definitely the vegan capital of the world. So humane washing is successful when it dominates the public discourse, when it effectively deflects attention from Israel's occupation of Palestine, as well as occludes the myriad of ways that Israel harms and exploits animals. But the second part of this campaign is even more insidious because what it does is it shifts our attention towards the supposed cruelty of Palestinians towards animals. So Israel weaponizes animal suffering to demonize Palestinians and configure military aggression against Palestinians as a benevolent act. So I'll give you a couple examples that are deliberately gruesome, but also limitedly so, just so we understand the gravity of the context. But Israel tends to highlight the devastating conditions of zoos in Gaza and calls to evacuate emaciated animals. So Western animal protection organizations have been so disturbed by these reports that on multiple occasions they intervened and shut down at least 4 Gazan zoos in the past 5 years. Israel's Land Crossing Authority has been cooperating with those European NGOs to facilitate the rescue missions, and they opened the border wall that I mentioned that normally is being kept closed, right? So this emancipatory impulse demonstrated by Israel and those NGOs is presented as proof of their humanity and their care for animals. Yet the care and consideration provided to those animals in Gaza is never extended to humans of the strip, right? Who somehow it is implied not only belong there, but also deserve such treatment in light of their enclivity towards animals. So inhumane washing presents suffering of Palestinian people as a deserved consequence for their supposed animal cruelty. I'll give you another example. This is a tweet from Israel Defense Force from October 2018, and it sort of demonstrates how this narrative is animated. So the tweet says, over 8,000 acres of Israeli land burned, thousands of animals killed. IDF is incensed by the destruction caused by explosive kites and balloons that terrorists in Gaza fly over the border. So the tweet concludes with an announcement. In response, an IDF aircraft fired at them. So death of animals killed in the fires ignited by Gaza's ad hoc arsenal of the often homemade kites and balloons that carry burning charcoal or oil-soaked rags across the Israeli-Gaza border is explicitly used as a justification for an aircraft attack on the besieged population that is labeled as terrorist for any act of resistance. So in IDF's mouth, taking action to respond to animal death is presented as a moral thing to do. Thus, even an attack on Gaza that harms and kills people and animals somehow still reaffirms Israel's humanity, no matter how inhumane their actions are. So to wrap things up, humane washing is not an innocent activity. It is a tactic that strengthens Israeli state and its institutions by improving the country's image at home and abroad, while disregarding Israel's abuses of Palestinians and animals. And those who sort of uncritically praise Israel's accomplishments when it comes to animals, especially vegans of the global north, and prominent animal advocacy organizations and media outlets, need to reckon with their, and I include myself in it, our complicity in Palestinian and animal oppression perpetrated by the Israeli state. So humane washing only works because Israel succeeds in promoting this cherry-picked examples of their animal protection to prop up their PR campaigns and examples of animal suffering to unleash an armed response on a racialized people resisting an occupation of their homeland. So humane washing elides the political context and occludes Israel's culpability for having produced the conditions that Palestinians are resisting in the first place. right? So those kites and balloons are only thrown through the border wall because Palestinians in Gaza are besieged behind the border wall. And so the other thing I think is important to understand is that in Israel-Palestine, as in other settler colonial geographies, animal oppression is never a discrete issue. And for folks who are interested in liberating oppressed non-human animals, we need to address the cause of the oppression all at once. We can't treat animals as individual actors. And I think that's where Ruth Wilson Gilmore's definition of abolition comes in. So Ruth Wilson Gilmore argues for abolition that is green, that is red, and that is international. So international means that we don't draw a limit to liberation at the borders of nation states. And as we fight to liberate prisoners in the US, migrants held in cages for crossing borders, we also need to fight to liberate Palestine, the occupation of which is funded by the US, right? And part of that fight will liberate Palestinian animals too. And this confluence of different struggles that I'm proposing is not to distract or take away from other fights, but to strengthen each other fights by battling racial capitalism and imperialism. I think it's okay to recognize incommensurabilities and tensions between different goals and movements, but also it shouldn't stop us from attacking the common enemy. I'm gonna stop here.
Thank you so much, Julia. That was very powerful. There's so much there that I really had no idea about, and it's great that I was able to get informed. Just recently, I was able to tie how the treatment of animals really ties into the mistreatment of human beings as well. And that's just something that's extremely powerful. And that also ties into domestic violence and war and, you know, etc. So thank you so much for educating the rest of us on that as well. I will open this time up for Q&A. So please, if you have any questions or comments, put them in the Q&A. Lucas, do you have anything to add on?
Yeah, is there any work being done on the ground with Palestinians with all the horrific genocide and war to try to kind of reclaim spaces in however way that looks as green spaces and everything? Or is it literally a country under siege and everything? Or is there any like what are Palestinians? Well, I'll drop that for now. Otherwise, it'll start getting convoluted. So
no, that's a great question. There are definitely Palestinian organizations that are animal rights and animal welfare organizations that are connecting their oppression to the oppression of animals, that are connecting different fights. Interestingly, there used to be a wave, a sort of branch of of Israeli animal rights movement that was also pro-Palestinian rights movement, right? There used to be a sort of prominent leftist wing that was opposing the construction of the wall, that was also opposing occupation, that was also the most prominent, the most active, the most militant animal rights group in the country. And so in the late 90s and early 2000s, there was definitely this confluence of Palestinian and Israeli organizers on the ground, both fighting against occupation and against animal oppression. And then, honestly, after the wall was actually constructed, those kind of disappeared. and they're the most prominent animal rights and animal welfare organization and wing in Israel on the ground now, is an explicitly carceral organization that calls for criminalization and punishment of Palestinians, but anyone who displays violence towards animals, rather than sort of examining where that violence comes from. So there's definitely a disconnect that has grown in the past 20 years.
Kathy here has a question. She said, does your organization adopt animals to other places to relocate them when abandoned?
No, not explicitly. There are many organizations that are doing that work. There are also organizations run by Palestinians in Palestine on the ground that do this work. There's similar organizations in Lebanon. I know a lot of people adopt stray animals from Lebanon, but with specifically zoo animals and the so-called exotic animals, a lot of Western countries end up taking them, I guess nursing them back to health, but also keeping them in their zoos.
So I would say there's like pros and cons to that then.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay.
By removing animals from the Gaza Strip, yeah, those animals don't become liberated.
So if we lived like in a perfect world, what do you think the best way to handle this would be?
I think we need to be in solidarity and support Palestinian liberation organizers on the ground, whether or not they're explicitly for animal rights as well or not. I think as long as settler colonialism and settler occupation is harming Palestinian people, it will continue to harm animals in the area as well. So I think fighting alongside Palestine for Palestinian liberation is what the best thing we can do for both Palestinian people and Palestinian animals.
Thank you so much, Yulia, for being here. I appreciate you taking the time out and educating us on this subject. I will definitely now do more research because there's like just a lot to learn.
Absolutely.
And let me see, let me just double check here. Okay, so Catherine said yay to everything you just said.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for
Thank you.
allowing me to speak and be a part of this conversation.
Of course, you have a great day. Okay, let's see. Well, next up, I know nobody knows him. I'm just kidding. Is the one and only Lucas. I am excited to hear your presentation. I will leave it all to you now.
Yeah, I will share a screen. Slideshow from the beginning. All right, everyone, thanks for all the stellar speakers that are part of me. I definitely consider you all of my peers, and we all definitely learn from each other. We kind of know just a little bit of it. There's been awesome presentations on abolition, obviously, but like more into like letters of prisoners events, occupied territories in Israel, and Twitter, and 13th Amendment, and school to prison pipeline, and just stuff going on in Canada and everything. So for right now, we're gonna be talking. I just gotta see, make sure I'm on time here. We're going to be talking about zines and COVID, xenology, and auto-ethnicity. And this comes out of my personal love, infatuation with prison zines, going back when I was on probation and everything. And I love presenting about it. I love doing workshops. I do a whole bunch of zine workshops. I had an awesome conversation last Sunday with a local group trying to close a jail, and they had a whole bunch of zines. So it's kind of like this amazing type phenomenon that's happened. But anyways, I am with Transformative Justice Journal, editor-in-chief of that. I'm also an adjunct professor teaching through print-based modem to folks that are incarcerated. So it's really an awesome experience to be a part of that. So the abstract. Let me just kind of move my head here. Like all academic research, prison zines are materials in transition and reflection on the current epoch written. Research presents us on how prison zines are created as a catch-all alternatives to media, prisoner-created political tracks, and autoethnographies as a genre of medium in criminology. During COVID pandemic, with much academic dialogue and presentation on Zoom or Zoom-like sites, alienation of the screen, creating Zoom fatigue, anxiety, depression, and mental health issues are well documented. Since zines are interactive without immediate interaction, discussing zines through academic spaces can seek to de-alienate and transform mental spaces. We've had an awesome day, and we're in these boxes from all around the world. And how can we make that less literally abstract, because we are in other places, we're not in-house. We're not, reading a lot of body what we're doing with our faces and everything, or we are, but some of us are just kind of listening in. So zines, in however way, deemed to alleviate that, not totally get rid of it, even in the abstract terms, but just how can we make things, less 2D, more like maybe a 2.5D or something. So first of all, what are prison zines? Prison zines are analog written and distributed, some electronic, poems, manifestos, and lived experience of both prison activists and incarcerated people. So I got this one last Sunday, Radical Resistance on Prison Abolition. And zines have been going on for a long time. They actually come out of the Samizdat, which in Russian means the self-publish. And the Samizdat's for like folded really, really small, sometimes put into matchbox cases and distributed out of the prisons or into the prisons or to people. Just little mimeograph things describing poetry or having Solheim Zion's books on it or something. But they are so different. They are actually more different than every snowflake, I could say. Zines are quickly individualized booklets filled with diatribes, reworkings of pop culture, iconography, and various personal policies. Pipemeyer actually is one of the few to actually write an awesome academic book on zines. And it's really cool because a lot of early zine research from the 70s and the 80s, or about research in the 70s, 80s, comes from feminists, LGBTQI plus prisoners writing about the situations inside prisons, or people on the outs writing their experiences and disseminating through information. This is comes out of what Pablo Freire said, discusses dissemination of knowledge and information, trying to create the whole general intellect, as Marx says in Das Kapital. But going off on Pipemeyer, according to Stefan de Cum, the author, or one of the other authors, the study of zines, are scruffy homemade little pamphlets, little publications filled with rantings of high weirdness, exploding with chaotic design. I have some that are, typewriter made. I have some that are written. There's so many like zine fests out there. A small assortment of ones at zine fairs and fests have to do with prison abolition and everything. Zines are real in prison. Like Sam Sadat, zines are what Sergei Kova said, a prominent Soviet. This is his internet for the poor. Literally, even though I know I talked to folks inside prison through JPay or through letters, zines are still it in a lot of larger facilities in larger cities. It's quite easily accessible to make a zine. Some since you only can get so many books inside the prison, and some of them are obviously regularly looked at by the institutions, or demanded that there is more limitedness to incarcerated folks reading material. Zines are an easy way possibly to mimic religious missalettes or anything like that. So there's just, I mean, obviously every institution is different, but don't, pick on me if I say, if I say, well, Lucas said that zines can go anywhere. No, it definitely depends on the institution. Paul says in prisons, zines are not nostalgic or artsy fartsy, although they feature art and some are quite beautiful. There's a couple of bookstores I went to that there's just stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of zines. But in prison, and conscious prisoners and everything, between prisoners who are generally forbidden to write directly to each other, zines are basic and practical communication to Canadian American as they continue to cut services. I know in Wisconsin, they've moved the mailing to another offsite, another state. So when you mail something, it goes to the PO box and they have to scan and copy everything because they want to stop the drug problem. So then they send both copies to the incarcerated person. Well, I kind of want to send 50 zines, so they have to scan each one to try to circumnavigate that navigation gap or that education gap that's had in prison. When it comes to academia, so then we talked about how zines are not nostalgic in prison, but in academia, there is a huge institutional space that prioritizes institutional literacy, conscious or invisible demarcations between academic and zine producer. I've discussed at many roundtables, abolitionist roundtables, American Criminology Society, places there's so much openness for instructors of all types in prisons or in academia that they can bring a bunch of zines and have some, they're doing a book report, have do zines and look, what message it conveys, what is the zine producer, zine creator trying to get out, or have people make their own zines and have just, so there's that line that needs to be shattered between thinking that zines don't fit into the academic and institutional norms. While academia has been reluctant to bring in zines due to their academic layout, they don't have good, broken grammar. There's editorial mistakes. They're not cited right. They're not cited at all, But through here, new spaces of resistance, language, and authorship, and zines materially produces embodied community. There's that connection. There's that human connection. Even if I do this with my fingers, that's something we don't have. COVID has dealt with that in a very monstrosity. So it comes to the concept of autoethnicity. That is not something I just made up. It comes out of Adorno. Adorno comes from the Frankfurt School of Marxism and discusses how authenticity and the jargon of it is actually a mode of magic. It's what Walter Benjamin, another sociology, talks as an aura. And the aura is a historical need for liberation, meaning inexpressive. But regarding the spiritized relation between objectivity and language, when it comes to COVID, relying on social media or Zoom, these solid electro buffers between the physical state of real and the us real, what is authentic, creates stressor agents. So this is what I was talking about before with the COVID and not being able to meet persons, not having that sociological, physical connection with people, you know, kind of trapped in our Zoom box and everything. And then so like there's these ideas of the era of language, of how language obviously is very, very socialized and structuralized. There's a lot of meaning behind a word. So when I talk about auto-ethnicity, that is coming from a point of the prisoners automatically disseminating their own selves, their own, you know, writing through their own bibliotherapy, their own manifesto, their Dasein, as Heidegger says, their own, you know, promotion of their reality. Hence auto-ethnicity, the state of which is already real already, and ad idem, Latin for to the real. So when we go back to thinking of Pablo Freire, real language and its real state is necessary for liberation. Prison written zines are contributes to the realization of the real, of our real state. Zine creation and auto-ethnicity. Back to Pipemeyer suggests how zines instigate an intimate affection, connections between the creators and readers, not just their communities, but embodied communities that made possible by the materiality of the zine medium. Through that, they go on with, you know, Zinesters are the liberators, are the ones that pour a heart on these pages. Oh, this is Racine. Anthony Racine is the grandfather of zines or anarchist zines. He is in Homewood, Illinois, with varying abolitionist organizations. And there are actually zines about zines in his collection. And there's what I let a lot of this information about AA in it. And he goes on, he says, like, that's how we make our ink, and these gulags are blood or sweat or tears, ripping our own hearts and placing on these zines for you, for us, for the real us, for the ones who have gone through the state, the stasis, out of the stasis of consciousness and everything. Racine continues with zines, prisons want to tell their stories, how Kathy told her story, and Yulia talked about how people are writing and, you know, they want their lives to finally mean something that others can benefit from. In truth, they want to actualize themselves. COVID and zine, prison zine art. When I say art, I mean I connect not just like with portraits or abstract. I mean like of all art, of writing, of music, etc. Hegel writes on the thoughts of aesthetics or consciousness of plight and progress. Hegel writes on the theory of the tragedy. And so when poets write about, like I'm a poet, like I write, it's achieving a form of consciousness and progress through our poetry. Regardless, Hegel or Adorno, who wrote the theory of aesthetics, has never ever like focused directly on incarcerated art per se, but he says that the, you know, like the raison d'etre of the enchantment of the world, you know, even, you know, folks long time ago scratched on caves. I don't see any reason why one can't use the metaphor or the simile in saying, well, instead of, you know, scratching caves, an incarcerated person is you know, writing on the wall. Like there's these old, you know, cartoons, and it's, you know, almost a cultural acceptance that you watch a movie about a person in prison and they're scratching the word or the, you know, how many days they have been, or they're, you know, right, you know, scratching letters to whomever and everything. But Adorno does discuss the lumpen proletariat, the criminal class, and how they're always conscious of themselves and their place of in a stratified society and how to do art, contributing to the incarcerated folks, the autoethic selves. So AA and LGBTQI plus zines. In the 60s and 70s, when there was a huge business of zine making, also like the prisoner as a status of outlawness, a lot of theory based around the lumpen proletariat. Women and LGBTQI plus zines have been historically leading these collectives. Pipe Meyer writes books and books about this, which is amazing. AA is redefined through the use of collective we as use of liberated pronouns. There are many zines that are not put out by a person with a number. Some of it is through varying collectives. They collect poetry or manifestos or pictures, and staple and cut them, or and put them in a pamphlet, send it to some bookstore or whatever. But it's fascinating because of the use of pronouns, how this is key of the first person narration, how an autoethnography are written by themselves, or to restory, what happened, to use poetry and zines as a way of bibliotherapy and culture creating as the apertures of autoethnicity. There's this one zine in Oliver's study describe scene called Lights Out by Susan Young, describes herness worlds in a very robotic machine in prison industrial complex, everything. So like how people identify, especially with trans folks in prison, have their old life and their new life, how they want to be seen and known and heard as their selves and whatever sexuality and body they want to be in, but yet the state uses the previous gender and sexuality, so that demeans them and causes a lot of alienations and stressors. Zines as the unedited atoms of future abolition, xenologies, and possible imaginations. I always like poetry. I always call zines the unedited atoms. They are like the primary documents that we use in research, that does not require an I or B. It's just a huge chaotic ramification of I just got to see the time. Bruce Franklin, an awesome abolitionist, cited in Oliver. The literature emerging today from the prisons of America constitutes an unprecedented phenomenon. The quality itself is so large that it makes for the first qualitative distinction. This is the current body of literature. Prison zines are unique in the zine world, known for their clarity and easy to understand language. Some of these are not, but it just depends on the zine creator. Rayson said some incredible things about zines. He said zines keep our minds hydrated. Zines are real weapons, and even zines are bombs, metaphorically, of rooting out different things. Ordonez talks about art and poesis as lived experiences. Well, I mean, on this conference, all of this, all our back history is all lived experience. Marx said that pretty much history is like the traditions that we inherit, and it makes the brain on a nightmare, or a nightmare on a brain. So, I mean, that is one of the largest metaphors, I would think, when it comes to zines. There is no, I always call myself an amateur xenologist, study of zines. Some point, I hope to have, there's a lot of people that write about zines, but they don't call themselves a xenologist. I'm always curious, and a science embracing that term. COVIDs and zines past the screen. During COVID capitalism, Adorno calls like capitalism, I'm just using this metaphorically, cruelty becomes imagination. Well, incarcerated, you have all the time, unfortunately, to have that imagination, to write and read and force those experiences, those lived experiences on a page, or send it to someone that they'll put on a PDF or make a blog out of it. Unfortunately, Adorno talks about the act of repulsion must be constantly renewed as a reaction to the system, or the system as a reaction to itself to create scenes. Continued aesthetic from positivism as in a theory of criminology to engage and fulfill the sensorium. I don't have enough time to talk about the sensorium. It is actually one of my favorite subjects as I started reading a lot of Adorno. But the sensorium is obviously our senses. It's our brain. It's like the brain within a brain. It's the conscious. It's the unconsciousness. It is metaphysics, pretty much. I kind of talked about Hegel. The tragedy conjures the self to create. And Adorno quotes. This is a quote I have from one of his writings from the zine creators, like autoethnographies, what Adorno calls an intentional spiritualization regarding aesthetic theory. Writing is very cathartic. I do a lot of the U.S. prisoner reintegration conference calls, and I love having poets and writers, incarcerated writers, on there and kind of talk about their experiences, how writing saved them, how I really like to pay attention to the language they use. If poetry saved them, or they're saved by poetry, or they use poetry to restory themselves, to transform themselves. It uses a very cathartic process, and this is kind of what Adorno talks about, the intentional spiritualization, but literally how the consciousness of auto-ethnicity is not backlogged anymore. It reaches its full potential. Criminology, academia, activism, and beyond. So, what means in however possible scenario we are in. We can have zine fests, either online or not online. You can have abolitionist panelists like here, and workshops. In situ, I always like to bring zines, like a whole bunch of zines to conferences and say, just kind of drop it in front of people and say, what do you think of this? What do you use this in your class? Classes inside out. There's a zine somewhere I saw, or paper or something. Anyways, they were talking about how they actually get the zines in the facilities the legal way, so they can use them as ways of instruction and use them as in that form of cathartic and bibliotherapy. Zines can be used as their own auto-ethnicities, distributed to tear down systematic institutions. We don't have to be formally incarcerated or incarcerated to write zines. They can be our own internal consciousness. Mason writes, with these zines, we can write and record our own history, build a movement, teach, learn, organize, agitate, and educate. I think this is a conclusion, yes. Prisoners' zines are contemporary sounds of that. Do what the abolitionists academics connect in the realm of academia. They can be overtly, probably with or without total empirical hyperbole. They don't. If you are a person that is really, really, set in IRB's citations and methodologies. I am too. This is how one is. It's how academia is. Like, have fun and have a zine and create stuff that sometimes academia should be allowed to have. Prison zines are a great show, the cataclysm of institutional education and radical pedagogy. I think Kathy talked about the circle pedagogy. Like that could be a zine. Like that actually sounds like a cool zine, but I won't steal it from them. What knowledge produced, they relate to this, was prevent against mass media produce mass knowledge. During public capitalism, zines present the way to bridge the gap between social distancing and distance socially. Prison zines come out of the travesty and tragedy and try to transform the narrative as auto-ethnic medium. So, some zine resources. So that's just a couple of where zines can be found. If you just put like abolitionist zines, that's a good way of starting. Some are donated, some are just downloaded by PDF. But yeah, be open if you have a local library that's not commodified or part of any chain. Most are welcome to have some zines in them. That is my works cited, and I am open for questions.
Let me see, I bet you can see the Q&A here, but Kathy said, OMG, I made 3 zines and I love them. And then she asked if you are still interested in paper ones.
Always, yeah, I try to get rid of zines to people and I get more. I would love to do more, like if it's possible, do an online zine making group or just talk about zines. I have done it where I am on a zine fest, like an international, and the zine fest takes place in England. So I'm talking about like I'm looking. I kind of go through my favorite zines and kind of describe, you know, what they look like. So I'm more interested in the handmade, like analog zines, more zines, but I think, and however easier, any means necessary, zines have to be on either side of the wall. So.
And then Gina said, I always enjoy your presentations, Lucas, because I always learn something new. Last time it was ravens and crows. Today you are a true educator. Stay dangerous.
Oh, right on. Thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate it. Try to be eclectic as much as I can. So.
And then Kathy said she'll definitely join you for the online ones. That's awesome.
That sounds great. I love it. I'll start creating something. So yeah. So how are we on time for the next person? There's any other questions?
Our next presenter is Reese. I don't see them. Reese, if you're on here, just I guess type in the Q&A and let us know. We might be under a different name.
Yeah, just texting, but who's next? We might have to.
After that, it's Peter, but he's not on there. Yeah. If not, I mean, we can always take a break and then come back. That way we can grab lunch, unwind.
Yeah. Yeah. If folks are okay to take a 5-minute, just so that unwinding could take place, we could stop recording and we can do that. So